Everyone, I'd like to call this Tampa City Council budget public hearing to order for September 3rd, 2024, 5:01 p.m. Can I get roll call, please?
Carlson. Hart. Here. Clendenin.
Here.
Henderson.
Present.
Vieira. Here. Miranda. Here. And Maniscalco.
Here.
We have a physical quorum.
All right. So may I have a motion to open the public hearing for consideration of the tentative FY 2025 millage rate, FY 2025 budget, and FY 2025 to 2029 capital improvement budget and program for the City of Tampa? We have a motion from Councilmember Miranda, second from Councilmember Vieira. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right. Will the Finance Chair, Councilmember Miranda, please read the first public hearing statement?
Item number 2, that's filed B 2025-2. Ordinance being presented for first reading consideration.
No. Here. It's,
Oh,
yeah, the purple. Yeah, no, that's actual.
you gave me something I didn't have. Chairman, this is the first public hearing for the City of Tampa fiscal year budget 2025 budget. The proposed millage rate is 6.2076 mils, which is 4%, 4.00 more than the rollback millage of 5.9691 mils. Property tax funds are used to support the general fund operating budget and the community redevelopment agency fund of the city. The general fund includes such budgets as fire, rescue, and police, human resources, parks, and recreation.
All right, no, it's no motion. You just have to read the statement. Thank you very much, sir. At this time, Mr. O'Hara, would you please proceed with your presentation, sir?
You can have this same one.
It's coming.
While they're bringing it up, again, I genuinely thank you in all of your efforts and discussions and discussions with the City Council. In about a month and a half, this budget presentation was presented to you back in July by the mayor and 2 workshops we've had. Really like the communication, the continuing communication. Again, you see we've got leadership here. Answer questions. If we can't answer your questions, of course, we'll give you a prompt follow-up. This presentation will be brief, and it's really just a kind of a refresher, nothing really new, but again, to get everybody up to speed, including the public, as to the formation of the fiscal year 25 budget.
All right, the presentation is over.
Thank you very much. And here it is again, the net 2025 budget is just a little over $1.8 billion, and that itself is just a little over 3% from the current fiscal year. You see here our breakout of the major funds and the 2 largest components we talk about quite often. That's the enterprise fund and the general fund, which, as usual, make up about 3/4 of the city's total budget. And in the next budget, we break it down even further into those particular funds. General fund on the left, you see about 60% of the budget going to public safety. That's police, fire, and the code enforcement department. Central government, these are the support agencies that keep the city running behind the scenes. That includes my shop, technology and innovation, human resources, purchasing, and neighborhood and community affairs. Pardon me. Our Parks and Recreation Department, and Economic Development, which includes the Tampa Convention Center. On the right, the enterprise funds. Again, these are those departments that are run as a business. They're expected to make what in the private sector would be a profit. Of course, anything that they make is funneled back into the system for future needs or improvements. And again, you see the big tickets there, the wastewater department, the water department, the solid waste department, and parking. Two important drivers that we always want to emphasize regarding our property tax revenue. On the left, as is typical each and every year, property taxes by themselves will not pay for the police and fire department. Again, the police and fire department are about half of the entire general fund. On the right, the impact of the community redevelopment agencies, or CRAs. You see nearly 1/5 of our property taxes are required to be contributed to the CRAs. Next year, as you see, that'll be just under $54 million, an increase of nearly 6% from the current year. So the property taxes available are even tighter than the initial glance would lead you to believe. We have a little over $354 million, but we net $300 million. And speaking of tight, council will recall that the increase in property values was about half of last year, or I should say the current year. In the current year, we enjoyed 12% increase in ad valorem values. This year, 6%. So as we entered this budget process, and of course we've talked about this before, we made a very conservative estimate, we thought, of 8%. So when the property values came in, we actually had to cut $6 million in general funding right off the top. So from a general fund perspective, it's a pretty tight year. Continuing with the general fund, here is our general fund balance, history, and estimates. I will keep thanking you for your support of our unassigned fund balance. As you know, and as we'll continue to reference, it is a significant metric for the rating agencies and of our financial health. You see that over time, taking away the federal assistance in fiscal year 20 and 21, we have hovered around 23 or 24%. And of course, as the budget increases, and it typically increases every year, the amount to reach that percentage also has to increase. So you see we identify a projection ending this year of 23%. As we've crafted the budget for next fiscal year, we also think we'll end at 23%. Again, as some of us have talked, these are projections, and we'll see how we end up in the current year a couple of months after the end of this fiscal year. Very happy to note that the 23% is well ahead of our policy floor of 20%. And that's about $19 million. As I've said before, and I'm happy to say again, this paints a very, very nice picture of financial consistency and health, especially given some of the vulnerabilities that we have geographically and some of the vulnerabilities that remain economically. So my compliments to council and the mayor for keeping this consistent balance. You see the 6 new positions being added, and yet we will still remain over 50 positions less than the height of our position count during the start or at the beginning of the great financial crisis back in 2007. Just under 5,000 positions right now, and of course I think the 6 positions there are pretty self-explanatory. We continue to reference this and have continued to reference this since the great financial crisis because of the mass exodus of positions that crisis forced. Our capital improvement program, fiscal year 25 to 29, again, you see just under $1.7 billion. It remains very consistent in that it is continuing the overwhelming majority of projects in the current 5-year capital improvement plan. It remains no surprise, I think, that the biggest numbers, the largest numbers, are the water and wastewater department as we continue that $3-ish billion 20-year pipes plan. And you see a very significant public safety increase or investment with fire rescue as the 3rd largest CIP at over $125 million. Getting into more detail with our major citywide projects, beginning with our neighborhoods infrastructure projects and our pipes program. And you see the subcomponents of that pipes program. Again, these are the major subcomponents, and each of them have projects within them. And into technology and innovation and solid waste and environmental program management. I will highlight the computer-aided dispatch at the top there for the fire rescue department, and at the top of the solid waste department, the relocation from Spruce Street to 34th Street. And then in Police Department, at the bottom there, you see the annex building that we discussed on Howard Avenue. Continuing, again, citywide, or at least citywide benefiting projects. You see the many projects in mobility and the Parks and Recreation Department. And diving into the CIP projects by district, beginning with District 4 and their parks and flooding projects. District 5, including the East Tampa Recreational Complex. District 6, and again, I'll highlight at the top there, the West Riverwalk project and the Police Department Annex project. Oh, and I should highlight Fire Station number 9 renovations also. And, well, I guess I'll highlight all of them. Rita House, Sulphur Springs pool improvements also. District 7, K-Bar Ranch Park and Fire Station number 24. And again, we can answer any questions, and again, if we can't, we'll get back to you very, very soon. The final so far step in our budget process for fiscal year 25, you see on screen there, that's a final public hearing on September 17th, 2024. And a reminder that the budget is available in great detail, in very good, great detail, I might add. I'm a little biased, it's a wonderful document, and it's at this link. That concludes my very brief presentation, Council.
Thank you very much. At this time, we're going to have a round of questions for council members. Do you want to ask questions now?
I was just gonna say if we could hear from the public before we start to.
Oh, no, so this is the process so the public knows. Next, we're going to hear from Hart. I think Justin Willet, Mr. Willet is here to talk, to have a presentation. Our budget analyst, Ms. Kopesky, is going to have a presentation. We're going to have a first round of council questions and comments, and then we're going to open it to public comment. And I would ask council to just refrain from making any motions before we hear from the public. So I have 2 registered speakers, and then I have a room full of people, so. But there is, I know it's not on the agenda, but there is opportunity for public comment before we make motions. So at this time, we'll have a representative from Hart to make the
Thank you, guys.
presentation. Thank you very much, Mr. O'Hara. Yes, sir, Mr. Willets, please state your name.
Justin Willet, Director of Planning, Hart. I'm here to present, as requested by council, a proposal for Route 1 fare-free service improvements.
All right, we have it pulled up on the screen, so go ahead.
Okay. And I was asked to keep it under 5 minutes, so that is my goal. I have plenty of more information I can share regarding transit, but I'll respect your time. So this original request, so why Route 1? This original request came through a TPO board member, through Johnny Wong at the TPO to get some information, and that's how we kind of got going down this path. And then there was a motion several weeks ago to have me come present, so I've got these 3 slides. Why Route 1 could be a good investment? It's the future BRT corridor. It is the streetcar extension corridor. Those are the 2 top transit priorities on the TPO list. It's been approved by the Hart Board, the TPO, the regional acting TPO for the TMA, for lack of a better description. It's the highest ridership route, that and Route 6. They actually both share this corridor. Over 3,000 passengers per day. As I said, there's a strong connection to the streetcar. We recently completed a survey. I'll be happy to come back and present about streetcar ridership. I think that'll be of some interest to you. The highest transfer to the streetcar is from Route 1. It will provide better service and faster speeds because of the fare-free aspect. It will reduce boarding times for people paying, whether it's electronic or with cash. So that's a big benefit to the existing operation. And it will just generally, part of the component here is a frequency improvement. Right now it's at 20 minutes. Most of the day it would bump up to 15, and that was part of the request. A little more information on Route 1. Within a quarter mile of Route 1, there are 32,000 residents and 56,000 jobs. Within a half mile, that pretty much doubles to 64,000 residents and 100,000 jobs. 18% of the households along the corridor within a quarter mile do not own a vehicle. 26% of people are under the poverty line. 64% are minority. and 14% have a disability. So as you can see, it's a pretty diverse population that lives along the route. It's got pretty good service now. This proposal would make it just a little bit better, and obviously a lot more accessible, being fare-free. The proposal is to bring back that 15 minutes during the weekday, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. That's basically 15 hours of service. That cost is about $640,000 annually. And then the proposal to make it free for all days of the week, 7 days a week for a year, is $840,000. That's based on the current ridership of 1.1 million times the average fare we get, which is not $2 per boarding. It's a lower rate because of the way we fare cap. I can elaborate, but I'll spare you that. And that total cost comes to $1.483,900. And the estimated impact is over 300,000 annual trips in addition to the 1.14 million, which would actually be pretty close to what the streetcar is projected to hit this year. I wanted to keep it quick, so I did that, and I can take any questions.
Thank you for your presentation. You have about $19 million in reserves, correct?
Our operating reserve is for 90 days, so whatever a quarter of our annual budget is of 110 million, I would
think it's about that.
yeah.
I think my issue with this is that there are other routes that are not free in our city, and it's really about equity. And so for us to provide additional funding wouldn't be fair to other areas in Tampa that could use financial support. I believe we do enough.
This was a proposal from council, not by Hart, so that I would direct to the.
I know, but this is our only time to have public comment.
Okay, well,
And
the
so-
streetcar is free, so we do it for
The streetcar is free.
Right.
You're right, the streetcar is free, and it's accessible. Primarily, I finally rode Hart this weekend, and I rode the streetcar. And the streetcar really, doesn't necessarily comprise what you call the residents of Tampa. They ride it, of course, but it is a tourist system that's in place that is free for a very small component of our community. So my concern is that the equity is not there. I know that Hart does, have some challenges, but for us to focus on one area and not address others is just not something that I could support at this time.
Any other questions specifically for the gentleman? If not, we're gonna.
Are we gonna do questions now, or we're gonna wait
No,
until the
we're gonna
end?
wait till afterwards.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
But if there's anything specific to him, if not, we can have a general discussion coming up after Ms.
Who asked for the motion? Who asked for it to come to us? It was me, yeah, okay.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, we voted on it, it's fine.
Okay, so we're
I
good.
know, but after some thought and consideration, that's my,
You voted not to bring it.
huh?
You didn't vote to bring it. You
I know.
said no.
I did see that.
Councilmember
I know,
Clendenin,
so I have to
Councilmember-
express, now is their time to say, why I'm not supporting it.
Councilmember Clendenin, Councilmember Miranda, Councilmember Vieira.
Any
Do you have
other-
specific questions for the gentleman?
Excuse me, Council, I'm just going to ask, if you can, questions, please. Hold your discussion and your comments
Oh.
until the time of after public comment as per the discussion we had previously, the council had previously.
You know what, I apologize.
Okay, Clendenin, Miranda, Vieira.
I was gonna do comments, so.
Oh, Clendenin, Miranda, if you have specific.
I got it. So, I see that you say that 64% of the people within this area are minority, for reference to the equity issue. A couple of things. One, has this been discussed with the Hart Board, this proposal?
No, this request came from council, I believe, 2 weeks ago, so I don't think we've even had a board meeting since then.
Have you given it any thought? I know part of the issue with the Sunrunner and the free is that folks, homeless, would use it as refuge and, free routes and camp out. Do you have experience with that or issues with it? Would it end up being problematic?
That happens on the streetcar today, so it's not a major issue. It is something we would have to be proactive about, and we've talked about that at the staff level.
Are you comfortable that you can resolve that issue within the organization?
Yes.
Okay, thank
There
you.
are plenty of models around the country, yeah.
Okay, thank
And to the to the ridership of the streetcar, the survey we've recently done has kind of changed my perception, because mine was similar to yours about the tourist aspect, and it is much more balanced than you would think. So it's becoming much more of a local asset, and locals are using it a lot more, whether it's for entertainment or job. Like, we have all that data, so I'd love to come back and present that when it's cleaned up and
Yeah, I was gonna
refined.
address that when we got to that point because I
I didn't want to let that
down.
one slip.
Yeah, I got it. No, but thank you, I appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
Councilman Miranda Beer,
And thank you again. I want to apologize because I was going to ask the same question that
microphone.
my colleague, Clendenin, spoke about, and that is the master plan. I know that was a quick thing from us to ask you to come back and give us that information. And if you have decided, or do you know of any master plan you all have to help improve that system that we have called the bus system in the whole area? And is the other government in this Hillsborough County have any play in this to help out?
So we are currently doing an operations analysis. We're about to kick off to kind of relook at the bus system post-COVID, because we haven't really done that in depth. And that will redefine what the system looks like for the next 3 to 5 to maybe 10 years.
And let me
but-
say why I asked those things. I come from public housing. I'm not ashamed to say that. The only thing we had was a bus system. Before I got elected in '74 and after '74, to a little bit after. And then the feds came in, make a deal with the city, and I never forget, and I've said this before, Harry Orr was running the bus system. And right by the elevator, he told me something that set in my mind my whole life. That day you take $1 from the federal government, you're gonna take somebody from here to Waimama for a quarter. That's what he told me. And you're smiling the way inside, I can see, I can read the language. So I'm not opposed to that, but there's a lot of cost to that. And what I'm saying is, the buses that I took was number 3 and number 4. 3 and 4 went from all the way downtown, all the way to Ybor City, and up to 15th Street. 3 kept going, and 4 made a right, and took all the way to the housing projects. They left you off at 26th and 20th, which was right at my doorstep. So we took that till, I'd say I did, to 57 or 58, when then teenagers discovered there was $100 to buy a car. And that's how that started. So what I'm saying, teenagers, is I put myself back as far as I can remember. And I think of the teenagers today. And I tell myself, maybe that's the problem we have. No one's used to riding the car that are young. They all have cars, which is good or bad. That's up to the public to determine. But I think one of the things we have is not an anti-anything, is that they've never used it. They're not used to it. They're not used to a lot of things that we had then, because it's all modernized. I mean, they don't even talk to each other. All they do is text each other. So nobody knows anybody anymore. They just know the text number. And that's how life is. I'm trying to be straight up with you. So it's a very difficult thing. I think, and just in my little mind, I'm thinking that the only way transportation is going to work, yes, the bus has been great up to a point. You're going to have some type of light rail elevated just like the airport has. People will use that because they're young, they're smart, they want to get something fast and get there. That's how life is today. I can't drive a car 25 miles an hour on any road. They'll run you over. Even if you're driving a semi, they'll go over you, because that's how society is today. Was it right or wrong? I don't have an answer for that. But my answer is that, are we doing something that is feasible for the people who are not riding, and the ones that are riding certainly need it, don't get me wrong. But the others have an obligation to ride it to save the environment in a way. You can't have, in this whole country, this whole world, the amount of people that are throwing carbon dioxide and everything in the world out, the gasoline you burn, the smog, everything that you think about doing to the environment, you're doing it. That's why we have a problem everywhere in America, either wildfires or flooding. In the city of Tampa, it's flooding. Sidewalks and pave the roads. Those are the 3 main things that I hear in the last 2 months. And I'm not here to question you. I think you're doing a great job. But we have to retool ourselves and think, what are we doing? Can we put this money into a better use? I don't know. I don't have the answer, but I'm not in that business. So I appreciate what you're doing, and I know you're hearing our requests, and I'm not making you the blame for anything. But I'm just saying, we must think forward in a different perspective of mind. Thank you very much.
Councilman Vera.
Thank you. So I was going to make comments. I'm not, because I have a lot of comments. I voted to forward this with the information I have. I'm supportive of it. But I do want to say this is not a question, nor is it a comment, that if this passes, it's true that we have a Hart board meeting on Monday. right?
Yeah.
Budget, yeah. So I will do, as the chair of Hart, a memo asking us to be briefed on this. I don't think it's a stretch to say that the Hart board, but let's say this. I would be very surprised if the Hart board did not support this, right? I would be very surprised. Acting in our capacity as a Hart board, I'd be surprised. But I'm veering off to comments that I'm not gonna do, but I will make comments once the time is appropriate, but thank you.
Yep, if I could just add, so when I started back at Hart just over a year ago, one of the first things the board said to us as staff after the state study came out, which said we were super well-run except critically underfunded, our board asked, are we doing everything we can to partner with the community? And I have spearheaded the efforts to try to find more funding. I've said it to a number of you in one-off conversations. I've worked with city staff to their credit. They have committed some funding for a circulator for 3 years. That application for a project is with the DOT. But until the city steps up to fund better bus service, we are gonna perpetually be in the same condition we've been in since 1979. That's my opinion, and that's really where we're at here. We're not gonna change much without a real strong leadership on bus service, and those light rail projects that we all want, whether it's from downtown to the airport, the streetcar extension, those are all great projects, and I think we all agree they should happen. But without a really strong local bus network, they're gonna struggle, and their ridership projections are gonna struggle. So that's just where I stand on the bus side. And I've heard you say that, Councilman, many times, Councilman Miranda, and it's ingrained in my head. I've only been here 11 years, but you've been sitting on my shoulder. But it's true. It's at some point in the past, for whatever reason, the city decided to hand over transit to a county-wide agency, and those are the issues that have affected Hart. In my 11 years, all of that has continued to play out. Our mandate for 1,000 square miles is impossible to serve on a half a mil. We cannot get the political leadership to change that. And I've already veered off course myself, so I'll stop there.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Henderson?
Thank you. When you said the city needs to step up, can you explain that a little bit more to me? Because I thought it was very intentional that the Hart system was separate from the City of Tampa, and they did that for a reason. So what do we need to step up and do?
So I think that,
in layman terms, of course.
so most transit agencies, if we look at our peers, right, are funded by a variety of sources. It's either a countywide gas tax, a local option gas tax. It's either a local option gas tax or some city funding. St. Pete, I think, contributes $4 to $5 million a year to PSTA. But there's a variety of sources. The only sources of funding we get from the city right now are capital improvements for some bus stops. And some of the code language dictates that we should get bus stops as part of that development. We're getting some CRA funding for capital improvements this year, which I'm greatly appreciative of and thankful for staff for working with us. But there's never been a transit expert at the city. I've mentioned this to Jean Duncan a decade ago, the mayor, every time I can bend her ear. But until the city has some transit expertise on staff and some skin in the game other than the small portion of the Hart board that exists, I feel like the agency will struggle to help the city meet its transportation needs. And we're gonna be in this perpetual cycle where the city can blame Hart, and then the Hart has very little ability to increase their funding without broad support at the county commission, which we do not have right now. And so that's the complicated answer to that question.
Yes.
You know, I had put my mic on, then you pretty much said what I was gonna say about where the funding and the issue of the county and all. I want to make sure that folks that are listening heard what you had to say, and that is the funding source from this is really, it is county. And so that, you know, this is not a city thing, and we try to work within the limited budget that we have to support Hart. But, you know, the millage and everything else, it all flows through the county. Our budget is so small that we need a better county commission to be able to support transit in Hillsborough County. And that's period blank the end. The answer is not necessarily, I mean, we can put Band-Aids on it in the City of Tampa, but the answer is not at the City of Tampa. The answer is at the county level.
Is this a question?
Yeah, that was a question.
It sounds like my part.
All right, thank you very much, sir. We're gonna go to, we're gonna go to Ms. Kopesky's presentation, and then we will open it up for the first round of city council questions, comments, and then go to public comment. Ms. Kopesky, if you'd like to come up.
Good evening, Hegerty Kesey, City Council Budget Analyst. Excuse me. All right, so I'm going to make this brief, but there were a couple points that I think might just be worth bringing back to the group. We have limited opportunities to do that collectively. Some of these are very casual, and I'm going to be putting them on Elmo, and then after that, I'll do a brief presentation regarding the progress we've made with the team on paving and sidewalk and getting prepared on how best to allocate those funds and change some processes around. So first, let's talk about social action and arts funding. I know when this first started, the initial time that we saw this encompassed, I would call it, two buckets. It was social action and arts funding, the not-for-profits, and then there were also the City of Tampa assets, which are essentially the cultural facilities. So I do want to just touch briefly on each of those. So let's see if I can get this right. Give it a minute there. Okay, let me scoot this down. So really, I think most of you have seen the summary that comes out of Mr. O'Hara's department. And what has happened in the last couple of weeks is there's just been a couple subtle changes to this. So basically, this is a breakdown of the $3 million that the city at this point has budgeted for 2025 for the social action and arts funding organizations. The reason that there are a few items highlighted, the yellow items indicate items that are new to the fiscal year, and the items in blue represent organizations who have received an increase over the prior year. I'm going to just kind of scroll here down, and I can make this available to you after the meeting as well. But so really the point here is, you know, be aware of kind of the combination of what's on the listing, but also in the 3 million, what we have currently available for what we would call unallocated funding is the 124,000 that you see at the bottom here. I'm just going to put my pencil right here. There we go. So that essentially is what has not been, I'm going to use the word tapped into, for any specific org, and so is the funding that's available for the balance of the year.
I was going to say, if you want to make it larger, you can.
Oh yeah, thanks. I appreciate it.
Sure.
So essentially, this was just a reminder of where we sit with this particular area. It does get a lot of attention. Before I rotate over to the city assets, any questions on this?
Councilmember Henderson, was this your motion or no?
Just
Or your request?
general. I think it was just a general.
Okay.
You said there's been a lot of what did you say?
Oh, I said there's just in between the initial time that you saw this on, I think, July 18th, and then now there have been some additional requests put in, which are reflected in here. So in the beginning, just to give you perspective, there was an unallocated balance of 212,000 to be used, and now that balance is down to 124.
Right. Okay, so at what point, explain this to me again, how we're doing this?
Did you want to take questions now?
Whatever you
For-
think is
for
going to be
this
more
item.
practical, maybe on a piece by piece, it might be easier now.
Okay, but no motions until after public comment.
Yeah, so everything highlighted in blue basically already existed, correct?
It just
And
has an increase to it.
Why did it increase?
I would not be able to answer that.
Okay. Did it increase through your office, Mr. Herrera? At the mayor's request?
Oh, just a clarification, they increased from fiscal year '24, from the current fiscal year, okay.
Yeah.
I'll have to research that, ma'am, in terms of where the originating request for increase came from, but we can.
Oh,
We
okay.
circle back to you.
Yeah.
Councilmember Vieira?
It's 'cause you can only ask a question right now, right?
Yeah, specific question to the presenter. Councilman Vieira, then Councilmember Quintana.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. A couple questions for y'all. Number one, Ybor Museum, didn't they get 150 last year, or am I wrong? I thought they did.
I think actually it was 125.
Ah, okay, okay.
50 the year before.
Okay, thank you so much, and thank you for that, Councilman Clendenin. And then I see a little one next to Veterans, Helping Veterans and Mercyful Project, which I know a lot of folks here on this council want to get something. Do we need to make a motion after public comment to include those? Because I see a little ad, or
Yes, if council wanted to proceed, we can make a motion, and
Okay.
again, we've discussed, I'm sorry.
I'll intend or whoever,
Okay.
for those two, I won't make it now, but that's it. Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, we can make a motion to reduce some of these figures too, right? We can do that?
You can do motions to increase, reduce, sure.
Okay.
All right, Councilmember Clendon.
Well, I can't wait till we get to this.
Well, you know, actually, that was one of my questions, because I specifically, so are we gonna go through, because I've got questions. Where did leadership development resources, going from 0 to 120, where did that come from? Does anybody know?
Again, I'd have to look, and unless
anybody on this
someone
council know
in
what that is?
council or in chambers knows where the request originated.
Yeah, 120.
It was 0, no, it was 0 and 24.
It must have happened sometime during this year.
So it went from 0 and 24 to, no, it was not budgeted at all in 24, and 120 budgeted in 25, according to the paper that I have in front of me. And Lighthouse for the Blind went from 0 to 50. That was an add-on. Do you show that as an add-on? You do, okay. Yeah, I guess my question is, where do these increases come from? And how did they appear on this list? And I'm curious, because it's interesting you brought up, I'm not, I don't have any skin on the game on the Ybor City Museum, but it looks like in 22 they were at 46, they went to 50, then they jumped to 125, and now jumping to 150. Yeah, would you mind, Councilman Vieira?
Yes, sir. So, Ybor City Museum had seen a cut a couple of years ago. Their funding got cut from, I think it was, I don't want to speak out of turn, like 150 or something, down to the $50,000. So last year, we got them up to the level that they used to be at before with the consent of council and the administration. So that's why they got the increase. They've had a lot of monetary problems, and I mean, everybody obviously wants to support the great work of what the museum does. So that's the explanation. They used to be at that level, and then we got them back to the level they used to be at.
I probably need to take a tour to understand what their contributions are, because we have a history museum, we have all these, to understand what we're doing there. Because I can't speak intelligently about it, because I haven't. Okay, I think those are the biggest thing about leadership going from 0 to 120 jumps out at me, so I'd like to have answers to that. And Lighthouse for the Blind, why is that showing up for the first time on our, not that it's not an unworthy organization, but why is that showing up for the first time? Pepin Weldon Academy, I'm assuming that must have come from you? Okay. Sure, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, so Pepin has a welding program that helps young people with intellectual disabilities, who are very mild intellectual disabilities, become welders. A nice gentleman by the name of Bryant Martinez, who's a Gulf War veteran, very nice guy, does that. So I worked out with some of the advocates for Pepin to improve their program for young people. So it's a minor contribution.
Is that program at their City of Tampa facility?
My understanding is it will be. That's my understanding, yeah.
Okay, because I know they have another campus.
Oh, yeah, they have Riverview, et cetera.
Right.
So my understanding is, and I want to qualify that because it's my understanding, is that it will be.
Councilmember
Okay.
Carlson, then Miranda.
Chief of Staff is here. If he wouldn't mind if I asked him a question. I think you led, if I may be incorrect, but I think you led the effort several years ago to formalize this process. So it would be a more stringent process, more based on results, not on just random requests. Could you just explain the strategy that you used behind this, and why these folks were put in, and without going through everyone individually, maybe just explain why some might have gone up or down?
Sure. John Bennett, Chief of Staff. Good evening, Council. Good evening to the public. To answer your question, when we got here and we saw it was called a Fund 200, and some of the entities on there, there was limited accountability, limited strategic alignment with the city. And so, of course, we were a little disrupted with the COVID window, but we wanted to bring more accountability and more of a scope of work. And of course, now a certain dollar amount, certain thresholds have to meet code requirements, public records requirements, audit requirements. And so just to tighten all of that up and to make sure that the city and, of course, City Council and the administration feel that the money that is coming from the public to the nonprofits are providing these opportunities that align with the council's vision, of course, and the strategic plan of the city. Some of the things that have gone up or requested to go up, whether they come through council's recommendation or in some cases directly to the city, usually has, of course, a nexus to the strategic plan and the goals of the city. And of course, as we vet the scope of services through these agreements, that traditionally gets tighter and tighter. And it's, again, one of the visions that we've had is to work on, you know, how do we support either directing some of these funds to either grant opportunities or other opportunities to help startups and spread the wealth of these opportunities to other organizations. And then, of course, over time, let them kind of wean off of these funds. So we're still a little bit off of that right now because of the COVID disruption. But again, as we go on, we want to make sure that we're getting the best return on the taxpayers' investment for the nonprofits.
You talked about being in line with strategy. I think it would be helpful in the future, or even this one, if you all categorize them based on the topics like economic development. Several would fit under there. Maybe some would fit under arts.
Sure.
Workforce training, whatever. If there were probably
Totally.
not more than 10 buckets, but ideally like 5. And so it would show that it's a lot. And my question is, if that's possible, could you show it to us?
Yeah, absolutely.
It would make it easier to explain to the public.
Councilmember Miranda.
Thank you. And along those same things, I'm just throwing something out. Do we have a pro forma of what happened year after year after year, that we just have a list of what they want? And I don't know about the need. but
Sure.
Are they turn in, we had so many visitors or whatever it was that they're doing, and so many came in, and we've got so many settled, and we're working on so many, and hypotheses of what's going on?
So going back to the original question, one of the baselines that was instituted was called the logic model. It was almost like a one-page grant style approach to bring more accountability and transparency to the nonprofit interface with the city. And so it's the typical management, you know, our resources, our outputs, and our outcomes, and also a disclosure of where you get other funding from, what your staff looks like. You know, we were looking to provide more programmatic funding than staff funding, but we also know that some staff leads to better workforce development, so it's sprinkled in there. But the whole idea was to use these logic models for the jump-off point. Now they become more of a scope of services in a full-blown agreement. And then they have to provide quarterly reports to get the tranches in quarterly distributions from the budget office.
Are there any types of audits required every 3 years or something?
So that would be embedded in the boilerplate that now legal has worked well with to develop. And now embedded in that is really the dynamic part is the scope of services that the nonprofit's providing. And again, to the other point is how well aligned they are with the vision of the city.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Actually, Chief, if you wouldn't mind staying, just to talk a little bit more about this. You said there's a one-page descriptor that they have to put forward?
That's what we started with before the agreement levels were more blossoming through the legal department. We provided them like a template. It almost looks like a one-page grant, but it's a logic model that walks you through, these are the resources you have or need, and then these are the outputs you're going to provide with the expected outcomes. And then they have to report on that quarterly to deliver the next tranche of funding.
So those are available?
Yes.
So I think it would be handy for us to take a look at those. If that's possible, if you could send us PDFs of this, because it seems like a lot of us don't know what some of this goes toward. And as we're the ones allocating this funding, it would be great, at least I would like to look through them, especially if they're only one-pagers.
Sure.
I think it would make a lot, it would help between first and second reading to really determine the understanding. At least that would be my recommendation or my ask.
Sure.
I don't think I need to make a motion. It's not motion time, but I think it would help us to determine. Is that something, Mr. O'Hara?
If I could just add one quick thing. So again, as we introduce this logic model as a paper transparent interface of the level of service that they're asking, one of the maturation processes of this was to decentralize it out of the CFO's office, which is where this accountability began, and decentralize it to the subject matter experts in the different roles in different departments, which are also working now on the scope of services in the bigger boilerplate. So it's been an evolution of accountability and transparency, but I'll let the Chief Financial Officer augment my comments.
No, thank you, Chief. Well said. I just wanted to provide some additional information and clarification as to what you can expect when we provide you copies. As the Chief said, it's been a dynamic process over the past few years, going from a one-pager till beginning in fiscal year '25. Every nonprofit that receives more than $25,000 will actually have a contract, an agreement now. Right now, about half of them do. And if I could have the Elmo up, please. Thank you. This is the letter I'll be sending out. It's dated today. I'll probably send it out tomorrow, and you see the city will require agreements from all agencies requesting funding of $25,000 or greater. As council motion, such funding must be applied for on an annual basis and will be subject to approval by the Tampa City Council. So we have progressed far from just one page, unless, of course, for fiscal year '25, you're getting less than $25,000. So what council will get with these copies is those few remaining one-pagers, and if you want, the agreements associated with all of the other nonprofits.
I personally would be interested in that, but then my question becomes, how do we monitor the less than 25,000? Or is that just something we kind of give and say, you have 3 years and that's it?
It is our intent, of course, we're open to continue with the one-pagers the same way that we've done, which is a quarterly report as to their progress before we give them a quarterly payment.
And from my understanding, we are trying to wean some organizations off after, I believe, I don't know where 3 years got in my head. I don't think that's necessarily true, but.
Yeah. And I would transfer wean into provide more opportunity for other startups, meaning, again, kind of create a de minimis process and also guide them with technical assistance to other grant opportunities. I had a group ping us for this opportunity outside the city of Tampa, and I aligned them with our subject matter expert to point to them other funding sources. So I think it's kind of a journey of support where it may start out with, seed money and then work its way down, as opposed to becoming so consistent we avoid opportunities for other nonprofits to get engaged.
Exactly, and I don't know, I see some really big names on that list, and I'm kind of questioning why folks are still getting, at some point,
Right.
we want that money to go towards some smaller, more, so that's kind of why I'm interested in reading
Sure.
this documentation to see, how we go further. So thank you, that answered my question.
Yep.
Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you. Dr. Chief, we've had some extensive conversations about this particular list. It's a very small portion of our budget, but it really matters because it's, supporting local nonprofit organizations. The thing that came across our desk up here, we voted on the NAACP. They finally solidified an agreement, and it came across this, our desk, and we voted on it. We also voted on, community stepping stones, but we don't have agreements. You just put that letter down. We don't have agreements for everybody on this page, but yet they're still getting this significant amount of funding, and we don't know what their expectations are. For example, especially, it's not the $25,000 that bothers me. It's the $200,000 organizations that repeatedly have been on this list, and yet they don't have any agreements. And we put the NAACP through a lot of changes to finally get their funding, but yet nobody has questioned these larger amounts that have gone to these organizations year after year after year after year, and there's no agreement in place. So that is one of the issues that should be highlighted. It should already be a asterisk mark by every single person who does not have an agreement with us that's over $25,000. Since that's what we're doing, go ahead and identify who doesn't have an agreement, because we did vote for them, and they had to do a lot of different things to come to the table to get what they got. And remember, they were here last week. We moved the resolution, and they was kind of concerned because they thought that we were getting ready to, not give it to them, and we had to explain, no, this is the time, and that's how long it has taken. But yet other people are on this list and don't have agreements at all at much higher figures. So, will you be able to provide us with an asterisk by every single organization over $25,000 that does not have an agreement? Because I know that Carl Brody is working on those, right?
Yes.
So we should know the position of those, because how can we make a good decision and just give away another $200,000 to an organization that has gotten this money for these organizations have gotten this money for a very long time, and no one, it predates even you all. They're on the list, they made the list, and nobody can explain any of that. So why are they at these levels, and why are we continuing to do it without agreements? And they're already over a certain dollar figure where other people have been required to come before us to get their funding.
And the administration agrees with you completely on that.
Oh, okay, good.
All right, Councilmember Clendenin and Miranda.
Okay, well, I'm gonna start off with a follow-up that wasn't until Councilwoman Henderson. Point blank, why don't these organizations, why aren't they held to the same standard? Why don't we have agreements from them?
Just as the chief financial, it's a journey to get with the subject matter departments to work with legal when that boilerplate just came out for the agreements above 25,000. So they have to sit down,
Well, it's been
and
at
I'll
least
use
a
this,
year.
sorry?
It's been at least a year.
We understand that, but the communications department needs to work with the ones that are 200,000 and figure out what their scope of services are. They've been engaged over and over again to see what they're gonna contribute to the city. So as these agreements develop, those scope of services are gonna be,
You know how you get those really quick?
Yeah, you cut their funding,
well,
Exactly.
You know,
just read my mind.
which I plan to do.
and the funding increases really came from the chambers, so that's what we're working on,
Yeah.
is to get the scope of services down to this actionable
There's Mr.
amount.
Brody.
So, question for you. I see just in the last 3 years, these funds have nearly doubled in just a very short, I mean, literally a blink of an eye, just a couple of years. Have you all considered capping the growth of this fund, or maybe we should all consider capping the growth of this fund? And then if we want to fund new organizations, we take it out of the HUD.
I thought it was $5 million the first year at the beginning.
I just want you to keep in mind that some of these reasons we've had to fund these sources because the state stopped funding
Right.
and the county stopped funding. So I just,
Okay.
thinking of that in that
Okay, that's a
whole.
good point well taken.
I wanted you to know that
That's good.
before you go down that road any
Okay.
further.
Well, I mean, because when you look at it, you go, wham, we're coughing up some coin here for some of these organizations. And I mean, and probably some of my misgivings is because I just had to Google what some organization was. I mean, I said, I've never even heard of this organization, and we're giving them money. So it's, it's one of the, literally while I was down here Googling, like, who the heck is this? So yeah, I mean, that's, I guess that's it. Yeah, thank you.
Councilman Miranda.
What's Google?
Pull out your abacus. It's on your abacus.
Well, Mr. Brody is here, he can
Let
tell
me
us
say
who has
this, if I may,
agreements.
maybe we should clear up this whole thing, just make a motion right now that we would like everybody to be on the same page as those that have the requirements that they have to meet the obligation and within 6 months or something. And we're not putting the burden on us, we're putting the burden on them. And that way, I just want to get out of this. I don't think it's proper for me to criticize somebody who has or doesn't have if I don't know all the intakes and outtakes of the whole thing. So I think that would solve the problem. I'm not trying to tell you all what to do, but I think in order to have everybody seen through the same lenses, it ought to be cleared up so that way no one has any doubt that anything is going on.
No, yeah.
No,
We'll
we're
hold
not
that
doing
motion
that.
out later.
Yeah, but Mr. Brody is here, he can tell us who has agreements or not, like right now, during, so that the public can hear.
Or when we make the motion, we say anybody.
Yeah, but he can answer the question.
request
He-
to come to the podium.
He can answer the question because he's here.
Carl Brody,
House-
Legal Department. I can't tell you exactly who has them, unfortunately. What we do is, we're doing these on a rolling basis. So depending on when the initial agreement was, let's say it started in August, then yes, they'd be up to date, they'd have an updated agreement. If their agreement started in December, and it's a year long, then at the end of that year period, then they'll be updated with the new agreement. So that's where the NAACP came in. It had its agreement due, so we were working on getting that taken care of. More recently, we had the Strass Center, and they had one that came through, and we also had the Florida Orchestra that had one come through last year. And it's all based on that annual reappointment or readjustment of the agreement. So that's what we're updating right now.
Okay, that's confusing to me because the last agreement for the NAACP was when Frank Redditt sat in this chair. And so it was, so how long ago was that? That was two council members, District 5 ago. So that's at least, what, 10, 12 years? And then it wasn't because they got a larger amount? And that's why they had a new agreement?
Yeah, theirs changed significantly. It
Yeah,
changed
from
from.
7,000 to 100,000.
Correct. So during that period, we were updating the agreements, and they may have been one of the first social action and arts funding agreements that we did. It's going to be on that consistent set of terms.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you an easier question.
Thank
Is anybody with a $200,000 earmark, do they have agreements with us already that are in place, that are current?
If they don't, they will on the next cycle through.
But is there anyone that currently has one right
I don't
now?
look at that side, I just look at the legal side of it, Councilman.
You sound like a lawyer, okay, thank you.
Thank you very,
Thank you.
yes, yes.
Yeah, you don't have to answer the question, but the concern from the community about the NACP one is one that they were singled out. The second is that it took so long. They felt like that agreement we approved a couple weeks ago should have been approved a year ago. So I don't, if there's anything we can do to speed up the process, you might let us know. While I have the floor, Mr. Chief of Staff, you don't have to get up, but it might be helpful going forward if we have, maybe in a workshop, if your team takes us through the process that you're proposing, maybe get some input from us and the public, and so there's transparency into it and maybe some to and fro. That way we avoid having this conversation in the first hearing and we can be more strategic for next year.
And we agree with that. We're open to a methodological approach to this that fits all needs. And of course, getting the agreements in place that comport to the code. So whatever it takes to get there, again, we're all trying to move this accountability and transparency, and most importantly, opportunity to the broadest way possible.
Thank you very much. Ms. Kopesky, do you have more to your presentation?
Yes. All right.
Yeah, you got the good stuff yet.
So at the beginning, I said that, when we first started looking at aid funding, I called it.
Put it down,
Whoop.
we can't see it.
Yep,
Yeah,
I see that
There
now.
we go. Shrink it. And, yeah,
And
zoom
then
out
shrink.
slightly. There we go,
New-
perfect, thank you.
Newbie.
That's good.
Yeah.
That's good.
All right. So when we first started reviewing aid funding, we talked about two buckets. And so the second one was the City of Tampa assets, or what I refer to as the cultural facilities. So in light of the fact we were going to be talking about this, I just thought it would be good to give everyone a snapshot of the totality of that. And so, for example, initially when we discussed it, we hear a lot of, we'll talk about the non-departmental, the general fund. And so I think when Councilwoman Henderson was talking about, wasn't the number bigger, it was the SAF funding as well as the portion that you would see in this first column called non-departmental, and so for those specific locations. So what I want to do is just walk through and show, the money is dispersed in different places. So for example, many of you or all of you know that there is a current active loan with the aquarium. And so in 25, the payment on that loan would be $7 million. I'm just going to continue to move left to right. So within one of the enterprise funds, mobility parking, they contribute $331,000 to the streetcar. Again, this would be in addition to the general fund. And then, as you know, the CRA also provides a bit of several contracts of funding, and the specifics to those are noted off on the right. But when you put those everything together for these 9 organizations, it's $27 million. So again, this was just to level set everyone again on when we talk about commitment and what we've done. That's the totality of it. So, any questions?
Yes?
Just a quick question. So this is 27.25 million, 0.3 million. And what is the totality of the I guess, social action?
The one that we just went over is 3
Yes.
million. 3.
I'm sorry?
3.
3 million.
2.945.
Okay, so 3. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am, what's next?
All right, and so next,
Chief of Staff, did you have something?
oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, we're not done.
Are you commenting on this?
Just on the
Sure,
social
that's-
action.
Yep.
just a sidebar with legal, I think it's important for the public and council to hear. Going into this fiscal year, there is no social action and arts fund recommendation that'll get $1 without an agreement in place.
Not
Over
even at the
$25,000.
$25,000 level, it's all of them will have
Yes.
to need an agreement.
Right.
Okay.
Above 25
Above
would need an
25,
agreement
okay.
going into this fiscal year.
Thank you very much. That was very clear. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Let's talk about
And I
it.
want to be clear of it, Chief Bennett, is that over 25 or 25 and over?
25 and over.
Okay, so if someone's at 25,000, we'll put them at 24. Okay, thank you.
No.
Yeah, if you're going to 24,999, well,
Okay, so, moving on, I am gonna ask that the presentation I provided, be brought up, please. So, another topic near and dear to this group's heart, is resurfacing and sidewalks. And so, here we go. So in the last couple weeks, Mr. Rojero and Mr. Bede and I have been walking through kind of how to get our arms around, putting a process for this in place. So, I want to just kind of walk through. So when we met, what we had to acknowledge was that, how are we going to define this? Because we know there's a lot of road work that gets done. But when we hear this discussion, we know that we believe what is really being discussed often is the annual ongoing resurfacing maintenance that needs to occur. Why is this important? Because we need to be able to isolate what we're talking about and know how to plan for it and measure it. So one thing that's important, and I think it's been discussed with the group before, is we know that there's a lot of other resurfacing that goes on. And so for the purpose of what we're going to discuss today, yes, there are going to be other projects in transportation. There are going to be road resurfacing that's necessary, for example, in a stormwater project. Those do occur, and we need to know what they are. But again, when we talk today about annual resurfacing and where we want to throw that, let's focus on the ones that we consider, again, annual recurring need to maintain our roads. So one of the other things we did request of Mr. Bede is to give us what would basically encompass his maximum annual capacity to do work on road resurfacing and sidewalks. And he did, we're going to get to that in a minute. And then in addition, we all have the capital plan for 2025, and embedded in there are numerous project ID numbers. So identifying which ones we're talking about is going to be essential to being able to continue to understand where we are with them. So to get right down to capacity, broke these into the buckets. So we've got resurfacing the road that we will continue to do with contractors. We have resurfacing that can be performed with the internal team. And I don't, come on, feel free. And obviously what Vic has explained before is that the type of work that's done with the internal team is can be slightly different than the work that's done with the contracting team. I'm just going to keep going until you tell me the okay.
Good.
When we asked about the sidewalks, we know that's another area that people are really interested in. So the capacity was $2 million for the fixes and $2 million, I'm sorry, new and fix, and then we can use the internal team to the tune of $2 million for modifications and corrections. So in total, that brings us to an estimated annual capacity of $25 million. All right, so the note on the bottom is just put in here because I know there's been some dialogue around as we continue to measure the success of the in-house paving. We know there could, should, will be an interest in possibly looking at something similar for sidewalks. And this is simply to say we want a little more time to get ourselves, our footing with the internal paving, come back and understand kind of what that financial success has been before we make a formal ask for anything additional in terms of sidewalks.
If I could
Jump
add
on
one
in,
thing.
yeah.
Vic Bede, Director Mobility. So on the sidewalks piece, there are two aspects to it. One, as Hager mentioned, that we'd like to get a better footing on the in-house paving team and get them more capabilities. We've identified what our financial needs are for a sidewalk team. It's a little shy of $4 million a year. What they do not include, and that's the big consideration for us, is as we expand team sizes, they require facilities and specialized equipment to park this equipment and to house the staff themselves. And facilities and real estate, as you know, are really tight and pretty expensive, and that cost has not been factored in. That's something that we're cognizant of and will continue to work with our facilities department should we get there, but that is one of the considerations.
Oops, sorry about that. All right, so this is just addressing, and I don't want to take you too much into the weeds on this, that as you all have become familiar with the capital listing, again, they're identified with a CapEx.
Come up closer.
Come closer to the microphone.
Sorry, as you become familiar with the capital listing, you see that they are identified through capital project IDs. I think by the end of this month, we're all gonna have this 12350 memorized because that's the one that encompasses the majority of the resurfacing. The reason I've indicated that we will be opening a new number to track the internal is simply to allow us to better understand and report the performance of that. And so thus, there will be a new number for internal street resurfacing. And then moving down, the two other numbers you see are already in existence. And it's just, again, a restatement that these are the ones when we come forward and talk about this particular effort, we'll be discussing. You will see many other projects that indicate specific road work or other things, but these are the ones that we're going to be focusing on measuring. All right, so let's talk about GAP, because you are in a place where you need to decide how best to make recommendations on prioritizing CapEx. So walking through where we have estimated we will probably be in terms of finishing out this year with carryover money, and then the amounts that were put into the budget for fiscal '25. I've broken out each of the amounts that we think are actually available. Let's see here. And thus it creates at the end a gap of 15 million if we were going to strive for hitting the maximum 25 million. So again, the point here is, as we're looking at what's in the CapEx plan, we have specific amounts budgets, for example, 4.1 million for resurfacing with contractors, 1.3 with the internal team. But when we consider Mr. Bidet's capacity, if we wanted to hit this hard and really go after it, then essentially what we're talking about is having to redeploy $15 million from somewhere else to be able to do that on an annual basis.
Councilmember Hart, you had your
Yes.
mic on.
Thank you. Can you go back to the capacity slide, just the one that
Yes.
says capacity? So what I don't understand is,
The next slide, I think.
Capacity you want, or the?
well, yeah, this slide, the capacity, we have, the capacity to resurface with contractors, to me, that seems limitless. So why is it 16 million?
So, a couple of reasons why. Because when we look at resurfacing projects, we could do much larger contracts and just do design build. A lot of times, though, we do leverage our in-house team to do in-house designs. So that's one thing. The other is there is a startup time for a broader program. So you've heard me say in the past that we need about $42 million a year to keep our roads in good shape. But that doesn't mean that if we get $40 million today that we'll be able to spend that. There's a startup time. So this 25 million for this year represents some of that and the startup itself. But we can ramp up and get that increased if there were programmatic funding available. Today, relative to our capacity, what is it that we can do on top of projects that we already have? And we've got projects like West River. We've got projects like Palmetto Beach coming up. That's our capacity.
But that doesn't really answer the question. Like, why resurface with contractors? We could simply do $100 million.
So most of these projects, resurfacing projects, require survey, they require design, they require considerations of Vision Zero and things like that for redesign. That itself has some startup time associated with it. So if you're asking, can we get a very large design build project initiated in year one? We probably could. but that will still take several years to execute. And so so if you're asking about capacity from that standpoint, then yes, we have more capacity, but we do have in-house projects that we've identified to be done, that we've already designed and initiated, and hence the $25 million for this fiscal year.
But internal projects that we're gonna have external people do. I
Yes.
think that's the trick. And then my other question has to do with sidewalks.
Sure.
If you could go back to the last slide you had up. That one, yes. So I just have to ask this. Where is the money from the sidewalk in lieu fee in this?
So I can answer that. The sidewalk in lieu fees are being spent as we speak right now, and that number isn't as high as you might think it is. So they're not calculated in this. However, sidewalk in lieu fees are being spent in several of our CIP projects. So for example, one of the carryovers under sidewalks was like $1 million. We're actually putting together a $2 million design-build contract for the sidewalk gaps identified in moves, so as many as we can get for $2 million. A lot of that will also be funded by sidewalk in lieu fees.
Okay, just
And
curious.
then, just for perspective, when we made that policy change to the sidewalk in lieu fee several years back, it actually worked in that we're seeing contractors build more sidewalk. As a consequence, from January to date, we've maybe collected about $160,000 in sidewalk in lieu fees. So it's not that much money. And our cost is $1 million a mile.
Yeah, thank you.
Councilman Moreno, Councilman Quindana.
Thank you very much. I know you're talking about dollars, but maybe you can put it in perspective so we understand it, all the public and us also. How many miles are we doing with those dollars?
$1 million a mile, so if we have $2 million, we can do about 2 miles,
Yeah.
2 miles of sidewalk a year. That's new sidewalk. We're also doing a lot of sidewalk rehab and replacement of panels of existing sidewalk. And that we're using $700,000 from parking. We're using, we cannot use in lieu fees for that, sorry. And we're using operating funds and capital funds for that.
Let me tell you what I've seen here recently. Yesterday I was driving through Cleveland, not Ohio, Cleveland Street, and I see all the sidewalks were shaved where there were some unbalances in them.
That's it, yep.
And I noticed that the other day in West Tampa, some of the areas, Palmetto Street was another one that was shaved. I drove around, look around, and it's amazing how sidewalks move because of the weather. People don't understand that. They do move.
Absolutely. And we have that grinding program, and on the back of it, we come with a panel replacement where grinding isn't enough. But we've covered about half the city in about a year and a half. So we think in the next couple of years, we'll be done with the whole city.
I've seen it in many places, those two. But thanks again.
Quindana and Beer.
It's no secret that I've been pushing hard on paving, streetcar number 1, paving number 2, or vice versa, depending on how I wake up that morning. What I hear when you say about the resources, $40 million just to keep up with what we currently have. That's not new and improved. That's just keeping up with the general maintenance of the streets of the city of Tampa, which shows why when we only have $4.7 million allocated in a budget, that shows how woefully inadequate it is to maintain. That's why when my only ask of all of this budget, the only ask was to increase the paving budget, and it fell on deaf ears. I didn't get a damn penny in it for the administration when they submitted the budget. I'm looking at you. So it's disappointing. I mean, at the risk of saying, before we go through second reading on this, I'm going to start willy-nilly going through other people's budgets and start proposing cuts to get to where we need to be. But it seems clear to me, I mean, you say you've got a capacity. Well, a question about your capacity. Sure. Because I'm kind of leaning towards the direction that Councilwoman Herczek was saying. I get what you're saying of these big projects, the design and all this, but you know what? I just need paving equipment on these residential streets that are crumbling under people's feet. Yeah. That's not rocket science. If you've discovered by bringing this stuff in-house, it doesn't require, studying. It doesn't require, surveying. It just requires putting some asphalt down on top of these streets before they literally wash out from underneath, you know, folks, kids playing. So we need as a city to be hitting closer to that goal of at least maintaining the crap that we have, and that includes our streets. You know, I know we have a deficit of infrastructure maintenance in our parks and everything else. You know, we've had issues, and that's why, you know, I've been supportive of the administration's agenda and trying to increase revenues to keep up with that. But somewhere in this budget, we need to find money to pave the streets. I mean, we need neighborhood streets, not big projects, just paving people's streets. They expect that. We're paying a lot of money in taxes to live here. It's a great city. It's just a basic need. You know, we're doing really well at providing people clean water. We're doing well of taking their dirty water out of their house. So all our police are doing an incredible job. Our fire is doing an incredible job. We are woefully behind in our transportation, woefully behind in our street paving. And I really urge, I mean, I don't think you want me going through with the hatchet of the budget to find money to do this. I think the administration needs to come forward with some proposals of where we can reprioritize this FY25 budget to be able to fix the paving deficit, to at least get to some to the basic needs of what it takes to keep up with everything.
If I could address a couple of items that you mentioned. So first, on the gas tax budget, that is dismal. There's no doubt about it, and that's why, because gas tax is what funds transportation, the paving budget is lesser. I do want to highlight, we have bridges, we have street lights, we have traffic signals. All of that comes into that same budget. Those are all equally critical. Well, that's subject to your priorities as the purse. But I do want to highlight that there's all of these other programs as well that are essential and needed for the city. And as far as, again, in-house paving team, it's the same calculus. If we have to increase the size of our in-house paving team, and they've already shown significant results, you see it out there, and we're focusing mainly on neighborhoods, it's the same thing. We'll need more facilities. We'll need more places and offices for to house these people. And so there's a balance to be struck between what we can contract and what we can bring in-house.
I understand what you're saying, but we've got to do better, and I look towards the administration to finding that before we have to go through and find it ourselves. I want to say for the record, because we've had this conversation time and time again, you mentioned bridges. The bridges in Tampa are safe.
Yes, they're structurally sound. Thank you.
So the bridges in Tampa are safe.
Correct.
We've got fairly good quality of bridges. You know, some of this other stuff is we have to start thinking about the wants versus the needs, and the needs are great. And I applaud you on taking the initiative of the in-house paving, what that's saving, and also a plug in, because I know people talk about this, and we've seen it misreported in the Times. I've seen it, shocking, misreported in the Times. About the growth of personnel. You know, when you hear this, that we're bringing in-house paving team, well, guess what? We may have to hire a couple of employees. So you'll see this on these budget sheets. You know, we took over the waste management plant, which brought our employees up. So it looks like the city of Tampa is hiring all these people. Guess what? It's saving people. It's saving money. So when the man standing before us at the dais today talks about bringing in-house, it's adding employees, but he's saving taxpayer money. So don't be coming next, 6 months from now and say, oh, you added 3 FTEs or whatever. No, it's saving taxpayer money. Yes. So thank you for doing that.
And with paving, it's 100% saving on
100%
the ultimate
savings.
product. Yep.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Keep it up.
Councilman Vieira, Councilmember Pearls.
And thank you. And I'm trying to, by the way, because I know we have people waiting here to talk, save most of my comments for afterwards, because I have a lot to say. But I will say this, kind of building on briefly on what Councilman Clendenin talked about revenue, which is, we're looking at, I'll just say it very briefly, we're looking at taking parts of the budget for other things like road repaving, fire, different things where we have a lot of revenue challenges here in the city of Tampa. I don't care what people say. I proposed a small 0.3 millage increase last year. We're looking at the CIT, and we're 2 months, September, October, 2 months away from the election. 2 months away from the election. And if we don't, I'll save that for later. But I did have a question, because I just did talk to the folks over at Tampa Police Department District 2 and at Station 13 on 30th. I wanted to make sure that's already funded from last year. It's not dependent on this year, correct? 30th Street.
Uh,
Repaving.
Yes, 30th Street is funded.
That's coming,
currently.
okay.
Yes.
Just,
yeah.
because I told them it was, I just wanted to
Yeah,
make
yeah.
sure when I saw them a few days ago. And also wanted to say this, just for y'all two up there, for Mr. B-Day, just that you always do such a good job, and you're always so well prepared, and you're always just a pleasure to work with. And for Ms. Kopesky, you're new, and I just wanted to say, I'm sure I speak for all of us, just that you're doing a great job at this. I mean, I know all council, I'm sure agrees, you're doing a great job. I know Councilman Clendenin, I believe, was the one who motioned to create this position, if I recall, and you're just doing a good job. You're always prepared and all that stuff, so you're doing a good job. Just wanted to say that. Thanks.
Keeps our pencils sharpened for sure. And I know you said well prepared, so I'm really sorry to say this, but on 30th, I do need to clarify. The southern section is funded. The northern section is for FY25 funding.
Okay, good.
So Bougainvillea to Bush is funded, and then Bougainvillea to Fowler is FY25 funding.
Okay, good. So, but the section where Station 13 and District 2 are, it has already been funded?
Correct.
Okay,
Yes.
thanks. That's what I told them. Thanks.
Councilmember Carlson, Councilmember Miranda.
Yeah, thank you all for doing this. And I'll save most of my comments to later, but this is just to echo what my colleagues are saying, this is the #1 issue that I hear about. And I've now been on council a little bit more than 5 years. And I've been heavily pushing this for 5 years also. In fact, 2 years ago, I voted against the entire $1.8 billion budget because the road repair budget was only $4.1 million. And I never bought into the idea that we should only use gas tax for roads. Last year, I think maybe Councilmember Clendenin made the motion, but we all agreed that that we would move that parking signage money over, but that only increased it to 11 million, and we need way more than that just for basic maintenance. And you know, we have people that are complaining every day that they pay a lot in taxes and their roads are falling apart. And I know you know from what happens on days like today is the roads that have brick underneath, the water gets up underneath, and then as the temperature changes, it buckles up the asphalt, and we just end up with potholes everywhere. There was a huge pothole in the corner of Bay Shrink Andy after the last rain a few days ago. So we had the Great Recession where Pamela Arroyo had to cut the budget back to nothing, had to cut staff, and you know, kept the city afloat and kept the reserves high. We're just now restoring the reserves to that level that she created. But then what happened after that is there was a push for a new tax, and the public believes that the road repair budget was kept artificially low for 8 or 10 years so that they would be compelled to vote for a road tax. And what they're telling us that they don't want to vote for a tax. They don't want to wait on that because it could be 10 years away. They want the roads repaired now. And so we've got to find a way to fund it. We don't have near enough money to be able to even fund this year's road repair. And we need to go back through. If you look at what was not done because of the Great Recession and because of vanity projects and lack of attention, we have hundreds of millions. I think you said was it $2 billion or more?
$2 billion is for all of moves
To just,
as of 2022.
but we have deferred maintenance on these roads.
We do.
And we city council, especially new ones, didn't create this problem, but we've got to figure out how to go back and fix them. And instead of just having the money to maintain 1 year, we need more. So the question I would ask the administration, can you please help us find more so we don't have to cut something? Because that's the thing that we're going to all hear more and more complaints about. And number two is, can you just confirm, all these numbers are kind of confusing, but can you just confirm again for the record that up until 2 years ago, the budget was this $4.1 million that's on this? Out of a $1.8 billion budget, we still only had $4.1 million a year for road repair.
It was more or less about 6 million because there are other categories that also have paving. But yes, it was a fraction of the 9 million, which is allocated to local option gas tax.
Yeah, so I know this administration and this council did not create the problem. We've not kept up with the current maintenance, so it's gotten worse. But considering that there was at least 8 years of complete negligence, we need to figure out how to fill that gap, and we need to find more money, and the public doesn't want us to increase taxes. So we've got to find other sources, and I hope, without us having to use a scalpel, I hope the administration will help us find more money to put in. Thank you.
Councilman, if I could just respond to a couple of things. You're absolutely right. And we shared this a couple of years back as well. because the general pavement condition of city roads was not great to begin with, these additional rains deteriorate the roads faster. So keeping up will require extra effort on everyone's part, no doubt about it. You did mention parking funds that were applied last year, and I do want to highlight that those funds, thanks to council and updated policy, have yielded significant revenues to the parking division. But if council would consider keeping them within the mobility department because of concerns of potential state action. So I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Councilman Moran.
Thank you very much. In fact, now is the time when you have to look at your own taxes, because if you look at the taxes that you receive from the public assessor's office, you realize that of the three entities, the school system, the county, and the city, I pay less for the city than I do for the county and the school system. And I'm not opposed to them, but I'm just saying what it is. And I'm not patting ourselves in the back or anywhere like that. But you have to understand also that we've had some outside costs. The maintenance on the repairing of the pipes program before it became the pipe program was $30 to $35 million a year. The last time I looked at it, it was started in 18, then it went to 20, then went to 25, approaching 30. So the pipe program was something that had to be done for $2.9 billion, and that funded with 53% cash. That's on your water bill, or they call it the water bill, but it's got every bill in there. We just named it the water bill because it's easier to say, I guess. And that'll carry us for a long period of time. Then at the end, we're going to have to fund the other 46%, as I understand. But these are the things that are going. When you look at the refugee energy plant, guess what? That's over $100 million. We have a turbine there that's supposed to last 20 years, been going out 31 years. And when that goes, we got a problem. I hope it doesn't go before the other one gets here, because it takes a year and a half to get one, and we've been waiting for about 6 or 8 months now. And you look at the other big operation that we have, those were also $100 million. So we have to do repairs when they're needed, and this is the time that they were needed or beyond the extension of normal life on them. And these are the things that this government has tackled, this government, prior government. So it's not all been hay and gravy and everybody's having rah-rah. We have problems also in financing. Things that were costing $1 then are cost $4 now. I'm talking about a gallon of milk. And gasoline certainly is not 39 cents anymore like it was when I was a kid. And these are the things that are going on. So you have a house that somebody bought for $13,000. Now they'll sell it for $450. Where do they go if they sell it? They can't go anywhere. So therefore, it's not being sold. And when they sell, somebody ain't going to buy it for $12,800 or $12,900 or $13,000 or $15,000. So therefore, you have more problems in affordability of housing. Everything is hitting us at once. Not only us, the whole country. We're not here alone, and we're trying to do the best we can. And it gets difficult, but these problems will be solved. If we keep plugging along, they will be solved. That's all I want to say, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Yes?
I know that next we're supposed to do initial questions and comments, and we've had a lot of questions already, and this public has been waiting, so I'm going to make a motion that we go straight to public comment and then do ours afterward.
All right, that's fine. All right, we're going to thank you very much. Is there anything else to your presentation, ma'am?
Actually, the only, it'll take 30 seconds. If you could just bring it up one more time, just next steps. Oh, thank you, welcome. So basically, just to reiterate, so we do want to move forward with the additional internal paving equipment, and don't go anywhere, just to reiterate, that's about $2 million. So to hit the 25 million, that we've put forward as the capacity, there is this need to continue to finish out buying, which is approximately 2 million of paving equipment. Also, it's, for the administration and the group to decide if we want to do some reallocations as a point of priority. And then once we get ourselves kind of wrapped around what we're going to do, Mobility will be providing a list of locations based on that final number. And then just a point of note as well, the 2 million, that assumes a 50-50 mix of new sidewalk and repair. If the group had decided we want to lean in harder one way or the other, there's a cost differential there, so it would just limit the amount of mileage that would be done. So, all right, that's enough for today.
Thank you very much. All right. So per request here by council, we'll go to public comment. We have 2 registered speakers online. I'm going to start with them, and then we're going to go with the folks in the room. Michelle Cookson, if you're on, please state your name. Michelle Cookson. Is she on? All right, we'll come right back to you. We have Sudhir Shah. Oh, wait. No. Yes, yeah, please state your name.
Hi, it's Michelle Cook. I'm sorry about that. Just whoever, I would not release the audio.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Hi, I've been in Tampa 28 years, and I asked you to support the $1.5 million Hart to make Route 1 fare-free for you. I ride the number 1. It's really close to my home, and it's my preferred way of traveling through the city of downtown Tampa. And once down there, I usually hop on the streetcar to go to the city. But just yesterday, after many issues for weeks and thinking it was finally fixed, my car broke down again. I'm facing thousands in costs to address its issues, and I can't afford that. The bus will now mean more than ever to me, and it will be my only way to travel the city. And I'm not alone. As we know, so many people rely on Hart, and the number 1 is one of their kidneys. It's really miraculous what Hart manages to do with so little. It's more funding. Many in the city are struggling to pay the rent and bills, and the added expense of a car is a huge burden. With reliable bus service and greater funding, Hart could improve service and increase frequency. Median households could even turn into a one-car home or go car-free. As Tampa continues to grow, we must address this vital element of quality of life for our residents, as well as lessen the environmental impact of nothing but car-only travel. This is the moment for the city to respond and utilize the budget to improve bus service, attract new riders, and serve those who need access to safe, reliable transportation. And I'd be happy to let Hart decide where the funds should go or best be utilized. We need to address equity. By leading on this budget commitment, the city is taking not only a responsible stance on serving all of its citizens, it's sending a strong signal to the county and our TPO of the need and desire for public transit investment. And this is especially demonstrated through FDOT, what myself and so many of our residents have been saying for a decade now. No more highway widening during our city. Instead, please stay. Tampa commits to use our local funds to support the bus and alternatives to single occupancy car travel. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Sudhir Shah. Okay. That concludes our register of public speakers. If you're here in the public and wish to speak, please come up and state your name. Hello, please state your name.
Linda Olson. Hi
Go
there.
ahead.
Well, first of all, thank you to the City of Tampa and the City Council for your ongoing support of the organization I run, Tampa Bay Wave, and our mission to make Tampa Bay the best place to grow and start a technology-based business in the U.S. When I started Wave as a meetup group in the summer of 2008, the only headlines our tech community here was making was about Wikipedia relocating out of Tampa Bay and the perpetual brain drain in our region. As a Tampa Bay native and founder of my own startup at the time, I had a front row seat to the issues plaguing our community and these startups. It was more than just a lack of investment capital. There was no organization dedicated to understanding the issues of these startups and solving the problems in our community. As most of you know, thanks to this incredible community, we landed our first ever federal grant in partnership with the University of South Florida and launched WAVE as an official organization in all of our programs in 2013. And barely a decade later, I'm proud to talk about our results and accomplishments, including the fact that we've worked with 550 plus startups and we add 50 to 60 new startups annually. These companies do this despite having less than a 5% acceptance rate into our programs. We have 200 plus vetted volunteer mentors, 500 investors, and I'm proud to tell you we are just nickels and dimes away from breaking an incredible metric, $1 billion in capital raised by the companies that we support, putting us in one of the top 5 programs in the U.S. And speaking of ROI to the City of Tampa, our programs have an annual impact in the hundreds of millions of dollars, including over $500,000 annually just in terms of traffic that we bring through the airport and the hotels in our community. We've helped more than 24 companies relocate here, and best of all, creating 5,200 jobs and counting. Our organization is generously funded by the city and the county, as long as a number of corporate backers, individual donors, and of course, federal grants. We've been successfully we've brought $5 million in federal grants into this community since we started. We have 3 active federal grants right now, and we just applied for another $15 million federal grant that will run for 4 years, and we hope that we are successful. With your support, these grants, though, are not possible, and yet we still need additional investment so that we can continue administering the grants that we have and put us in a place to accept additional federal grants. We want to do this so that we continue to grow the innovation-based economy here in the region and create pathways to high-wage jobs and financial independence so that we have a vibrant innovation-based economy right here in the community. Thank you again for your ongoing support, and we would like to ask you to consider an increase.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sue Ling, Ms. Lucas, Madam Clerk, is the other individual on registered? Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, ma'am. All right, next speaker. Yes. Yes, ma'am, please state your
Good
name.
evening. Hi, my name is Maida Martinez. Everyone knows me as Mimi, and I live in Ybor Heights. Today, I want to talk about 2 things. Number one, I'm here to support funding for Hart. I live off the Nebraska Avenue corridor, and I see the Hart bus go up and down that corridor every day. I see it take residents downtown. I see it take it up to points of destination on Nebraska Avenue like Winn-Dixie, Publix, Tampa Family Health Center, and even the new ER that's off of Hillsborough Avenue and Nebraska Avenue. So it does show that the bus service does work, and we need more of that. Just to give you personal insight of my experience with using the bus system, I'm originally from Pennsylvania, and when I lived up there, I didn't have a car for many years because that bus could take me to school, could take me to college, it took me to work, it took me to my doctor's appointments, to the movies, to the mall. Like, I used the bus system for a long time. And then I also lived in a neighborhood where I could walk to wherever I wanted to get whatever I needed for that day or for the week. The first thing I noticed when I moved to Tampa is that you had to have a car. Number one, it's hot, and there's nowhere to walk to get your daily needs met because everything seems to be very spread apart. So you have to have a car. Number two, the bus service here takes forever to get to where you want to get to because things are so spread apart. Number three, the neighborhoods did not have a main street and they did not have corner stores. I'm just so very used to being in a neighborhood where I can walk and do everything I needed to do. So I do understand that equity is very important. I do feel like $1.5 million for this pilot program for Route 1 is the lowest hanging fruit that we can grab for now. It is a pilot, so let's see what the study shows and see if it's successful. It is, then we can absolutely pilot it to other areas in Tampa. Nebraska Avenue would be great. So I do support that, and I do look to you as the pioneers to be brave enough to take that first step. We do need to fund Hart. I mean, it is a form of equity to be able to provide bus transportation. There are programs that can give out free bus tickets, and they can give out free monthly passes. I've been a recipient of that one time in my life, so I know that it does work, and it is fair. The second thing, I do want to thank Councilmember Henderson for bringing up those nonprofits and bringing that into the sunshine, because I personally know someone in my area who is an incubator for about 200 nonprofit Christian ministries that provide resources to VM Ybor and Ybor Heights residents in the local area. Let's rotate that money out to those mom and pops organizations that are really making an impact and a difference in our local neighborhoods. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name's Bobby Creighton. I'm here to speak on support of funding the pilot program for Hart, $1.5 million. I grew up in the Tampa area, kind of Carrollwood, Citrus Park kind of area. And I will admit that I had a certain stigma in my own heart or mind associated with public transportation and the bus. It was just so foreign to me growing up here. It wasn't something I really interacted with much because you needed a car where I lived. It wasn't something I experienced. But that changed when I didn't have a car, when I lived in a city where it was just impractical to have one. And I took the bus and the train everywhere. The bus was my lifeline. And that really shook that stigma. It broke it totally apart. I saw people on the bus, Harvard professors sitting next to construction workers, mothers with their children, people in wheelchairs, students. I saw all manner of people, all parts of the spectrum of society on that bus, and it really made me understand that this is a lifeline, this is critical, I'm using it, it's something that gives value to me, and I see it gives value to so many other people, so I support making that more accessible to people in Tampa. I also think about my patients and clients. In my professional life, I work with people that have disabilities every day, and they're mostly acquired disabilities, meaning they've had a stroke, maybe they've had a brain injury or something else that affects their cognition and their mobility. They're unable to get around without a caregiver or family, to drive them somewhere. Having access to transportation like a bus or a train, in this case the bus, that's freedom. That's their ability to get where they need to go, without having to rely on somebody driving them in a car. We heard during the presentation about the success of the streetcar. I think this particular route is very complementary to that. I'm not going to rehash everything that the previous speaker mentioned. There's some really good facts there. Public transportation is mobility, it's economic mobility, it's social mobility, and it's freedom for people that really, really need it, especially in our underserved communities. So I'll leave it right there. I'll yield the rest of my time. And I just want to say I support the pilot program. Let's see how it goes.
Thank you very much, sir. Yes, next speaker, please.
Hi, Amira Afsal. Most of you maybe don't realize I never drive here. I always come on my bike or my scooter, same when I go to County Commission. And now it's raining out. If there was a bus, I could just fold up my scooter and take the bus home, but I will be stuck waiting. I'm here with others to ask you to commit the $1.5 million to make bus route 1 fare-free. Tampa is decades behind many peer cities when it comes to public transportation, and honestly, Tampa is also way behind many cities in developing countries when it comes to transportation. 1992, I lived in Pakistan doing research and working. I never drove. 9 months. I took public buses, got everywhere I needed to go all over the country. Council members have given all kinds of reasons for not wanting to spend city dollars on buses, things like asserting that Hart and the county need to invest more. It's not going to happen. You contend that we don't have enough money and that funds should first go to fixing potholes, or that it's a zero-sum game and you can only put money into public buses by taking money away from things like affordable housing programs. Don't use "we don't have enough money" or we need to fix the potholes first as an excuse. Those are policy choices. Those are not natural laws. Those are choices that you are making. Public transportation is a necessity for a resilient, thriving city. We are literally paying lots of money because we don't have anything even approaching an efficient, effective system for getting people where they need to go in a reasonable amount of time. We need strong leadership on this at the city level. That means you. Or we are never going to get out of our transportation mess. We're decades behind. Now is the time to start. A short list of how we're all paying. According to AAA, it costs a national average of $12,000 a year. That's over $1,000 a month to own and operate a car. It is $1,000 a month that people have to spend because they're car dependent, because there's no viable mass transit. So it would save a typical family about $12,000 a year. That is money that could be spent on other things. The environmental benefits: buses mean less environmental harm. As we all know, car emissions play a huge role in climate change. This is Florida, hurricanes, excessive heat, flooding, all of that. Fewer emissions also means better air quality. We're all paying the price for climate change. Reduced congestion. Nothing new here. Paying with decreased quality of life, the stress of sitting in traffic. But buses are key to improving public transit. They are not appreciated because cities, states, and federal leaders have failed to support them as a quality public service for decades. They instead sunk billions and billions of dollars into building more and more roads that just lead to more cars and trucks and more congestion. But a well-planned, fully funded bus system can be so much more. Please start with this and dedicate the $1.5 million.
Yes, sir. Next speaker, please state your name.
Good evening, Council. My name is Nathan Hagan. I'm here advocating for housing and Hart funding. I don't think I've been here in over 6 months because as active as I am, it's very difficult for regular people to participate in a political process driven by public comment rather than elections. Now, like the vast majority of your constituents, I can no longer balance my professional and personal life with the level of political engagement that is needed or that I've had in the past. That's not a woe is me story. This is me saying that if we had elections that actually represented more than 10% of the voters in the city of Tampa, the institution of City Council may feel a stronger mandate to address the needs of its constituents at large. I think there would be a lot more clarity, especially at the at-large seats, about what work must be done. I think that work would move a lot more quickly. Just looking at the data, I can hardly imagine a more effective way to suppress the vote than to have it in odd years. I hope you continue to consider the Councilman Vieira's proposal in the historical context and future implications of keeping the status quo. What's this got to do with the budget? I say this because I'm here to advocate for the 90% of people, of voters who didn't vote in your election, who deserve a voice, and who too often do not get one in this building. I say this because there can be no doubt that the majority of the people whose voices don't get heard in odd-year municipal elections want more movement on housing affordability and transportation. Every poll and community outreach effort that doesn't go to South Tampa homeowners associations says that these should be your top priorities. So with that all said, I want to thank you for the historical investments that were made last year, but I ask you to acknowledge that Tampa can go further and that Tampa should go further. It was my opinion that we should have raised the millage rate last year and we didn't. It didn't even come up again this year, yet we know we need to make more investments. With that in mind, I ask you to listen to the people who can't be here, who couldn't even know that they should be here, and continue increasing your investment in housing and transportation. Please invest $10 million additional dollars to housing, including $5 million for the Community Land Trust. Please provide $1.5 million for free fare transit options on Florida Avenue. I think of this as a down payment for citywide. I don't know where the revenue source is yet. We have years to figure that out. But we need to be talking about citywide, and to support that, we need to be talking about going to pre-COVID service levels for the Tampa Transit Network as well. That costs money. We need to make that investment as a city for city bus service. And then while we're at it, I just want to acknowledge that we are in a revenue problem. This is a revenue problem. This is not really a spending problem. I don't think anyone here seriously considers that there's just a rampant corruption in the city of Tampa. We don't have enough revenue. We need to make painful policy choices to address housing and transportation, and we need to increase revenue. If you are not able to do that with the millage increase, if we just will never ever do that for the rest of time, the most effective way for you to increase revenues without taxes is through dense development. So think about that with the comp plan and zoning updates.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am. Please state your name.
Hello, my name's Dana Lazarus. My zip code's 33605. I'm here today to advocate for housing and primarily for public transit. I'm advocating for public transit for all the people who want to use it and those who already use it. Hart has a ridership of 40,500 people per day. And this is an equity issue. We've been asking for public transit to be funded and prioritized for a very long time. Chloe Coney once said to me back when I worked at the TPO back in 2018, you can tell how much a city cares about its poor people by how it treats the bus system. There are people in your district who rely on the bus to get groceries, medical care, and so much more. These are people with disabilities, seniors, and workers. And then there's people like me who would use the bus if it was viable. If it came frequently, I would ditch my car and I would use the bus. And I want that, just like I had in Portland, Oregon when I lived there, just like you have in Europe when you visit. So we are adamantly asking for $1.5 million to make Route 1 fare-free. We also were asking for $10 million, if you guys have been getting those emails, but we want $10 million, $20 million, $40 million, $80, $100 million. We need to fund public transit. And we're here today to demonstrate that there is a demand, there is support from the public. And we don't mind asking for it because we know that there's a return on investment for public transit that is 4 to 1. For every $1 invested, experts agree $4 is generated in the local economy. Route 1 has the highest ridership in the county and the city, rivaling only Nebraska, with a ridership of 27 people per revenue hour. The route on Nebraska is great because it has some bus-only areas. Florida, on the other hand, doesn't, and it's always late. So moving up that trip frequency from 20 minutes to 15 minutes would make a big difference, and just improving the trip reliability. The one goes by City Hall. Do you know how many more people could be here if they could just hop on the bus and not have to worry about fare or navigating parking to advocate for their needs and for what they want the budget to be spent on, you know, that kind of thing. So listen, if we do this right, if we play our cards right, if we fund Route 1 and go fare free, this could be huge for Tampa. This could be the tiniest baby step both in showing our commitment as a city to public transit, the very commitment that we're constantly claiming and saying that public transit is our top priority, or one of our top priorities, and is one of the top priorities for affordability. This could be the beginning of an incredible multimodal public transit system that includes the streetcar, the Hart BRT, dedicated lanes, moving people that are dumped in Ybor from the Bright Line in Ybor City, moving premium transit downtown. This could be the start of something beautiful. So please invest $1.5 million into making Route 1 fare free. Thank you.
Very much. Yes, next speaker, please. Please state your name.
Hi, Alana Brazier, City of Tampa resident for my entire 38 years of life. Also former City of Tampa staff for the mobility department. I was Vision Zero coordinator, chief planner, led our Vision Zero action plan, our Tampa Moves plan. Equity is the backbone of the Tampa Moves plan. It prioritized all of our transportation needs, including transit. Transit is one of the most equitable ways a city and a county can invest in actually moving people through its city, getting people to jobs. And I encourage this administration, this council, to explore what our peers are doing, what are other cities, what's Charlotte doing to invest and support in its transit network, its transit agency. What is Portland doing? What is Richmond doing? All these cities, we're not just in a bubble. We can look to what our partners are doing to see how they're investing in transit. That is one of the most equitable ways that we can support our residents in getting around. As we continue to grow, as development is booming, transit has to be a priority. In addition to resurfacing and sidewalks, we just wholesale need to take a look, both council and administration, at how are we actually prioritizing the money to meet the needs of our communities, especially when we say something is our number one priority. Where's the budget backing that up? That's it.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am. Please say your name.
Tatiana Morales, 33606. So I actually wanted to start with, I was thinking a lot about all these proposals and what's going on, and I wanted to start with an MLK quote that says, "Budgets are a moral doctrine." So when you make these decisions about what actually happens to the citizens and the residents of Tampa, when you're investing, what is a request of 1% of the budget to make fare free and increase access to transit for what would be thousands of people? Just remember that these are moral decisions you're making about the future of the community. So I actually wanted to start with why I got into all of this, urbanism, transit, and all these things. 7 years ago, my dad had a stroke. And 3 weeks ago, my dad also had a stroke. When you have a stroke, you can't use transit for about half a year to a year. I mean, you can't drive. And so you have to completely redefine how do you get around. And my dad, living in a small town outside Miami, couldn't get anywhere, couldn't do anything. He was completely fundamentally cut off from the society around him without spending tens to thousands of dollars on just Ubers and other options that weren't that great. And why I got into this is when I started looking in, why don't we do better for our people with disabilities, for our people, our homeless people, all the working class people in our communities? It turned into realizing that we've spent a very long time in this country disinvesting in transit, disinvesting in the working class people of this community. Right now, in the rain, AT&T workers are striking because they want better wages in our community. And I've only seen one of you there. So I just want to emphasize that when we make these decisions, when we talk about the future, the 5 minutes someone waits for the bus in the pouring rain makes a fundamental difference of if they get a job, if they get to work on time, what happens to their future. And when we talk about fare free, it's making the first step in meaningful investments on a grand scale to our community. And so in Miami, I was actually able to advocate that they increase the bus service in my own hometown. And it's incredible. It got my dad actually to the grocery store, to his hospital visits, to many jobs. And right now he's making that same decision again. Actually, right now he's in rehab. I came up early to come advocate for this because I want that to happen for the people here in Tampa. Because those people with disabilities exist everywhere, and disability can get to anyone at any moment. It can happen to you at any moment. So going back to Route 1 fare free, driving isn't, I think sometimes people think driving is the option that everyone has. Driving is not an option for many, many, many people. Kids, seniors, people with disabilities, working class people. I ride the bus. When I get on the bus, and I actually used to ride Route 5 and Route 6 and Route 1 pretty frequently, you see working class people, you see people that work at hospitals, the people that change beds, you see the people that actually move our community. And I've heard a lot of conversations over this year about all of you talking about pavement, pavement, pavement. We are doing that. I hear Vic come every month say, we are doing that, we are trying, we are doing everything we can. But we can repave every road, but if we don't create the better, meaningful transportation alternatives that this city needs and deserves, that other cities like St. Petersburg are doing, then we'll never move forward. I also want to add that in this, the Community Land Trust, $5 million for 3 years for something that provide options for people that don't get them, we have to say that we are making the right moral decisions for Tampa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
This is really frustrating because
Please state your name.
oh, I'm sorry. My name's Stephanie Pointer, and it's really frustrating because I want to get up here and talk about the budget because this is a budget meeting. But I'm going to end up getting up here and talking about the bus because common sense be damned. Vic B-Day, every time I see him do a presentation, says that 23% of most folks' income in the city of Tampa goes to transit. This is the opportunity to give Hart the bump that it needs. This gentleman came up here and he said that there are 3,000 people a day who are riding that Hart line on line 1. 1.1 million a year. Why are we not cultivating this? We spent like 30 minutes discussing 2.9 million of charitable funds that will not reach that many damn people. It will not reach as many people as this bus line will reach. It will not help as many people. Then Ms. Kopesky comes up here and she puts up a spreadsheet and it has that the trolley, the streetcar, gets 1.5 million a year. And they did a survey in the last month or so. 65% of those riders are citizens. 30% of them are tourists. Why is there even any question in anybody's mind up there that this is going to help the impoverished of our city? I have a friend. Her daughter is 27 years old. She's had multiple seizures. She's lost her ability to drive. They gave her driver's license back. $900 a month for her insurance. She's never going to drive again. But yet, everybody who's sitting up there and the mayor think that putting 1.5 million, just 1%, just a little tiny daub, the equivalent of me handing somebody $10 today, is offensive to anyone on that council, befuddles me. You are giving up the opportunity to help over 1 million people in 1 year. 1 year, you can help 1 million citizens of this city. Over and over and over again, every day. 3,000 people a day during the week. You can do that without thinking about it. Bam, you're done. You are the greatest politicians in this city by passing it, even if the mayor thinks it's a piss poor idea. Why? Why does she want to keep people in poverty? Why would any of you want to keep people in poverty? Think about it. You sleep on that tonight.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please state your name.
Good evening. Nick Stocco, President of Tampa Firefighters Local 754. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I also want to thank the Budget Office and CFO Dennis Ruggiero. They've done an outstanding job in answering all of our requests promptly and efficiently. And that is, it's a good feeling knowing that there's someone on that other side. I want to address some critical concerns regarding the fiscal year 25 budget for Tampa Fire Rescue. First, the capital improvement projects, the CAD system. In fiscal year 2022, the council approved $2 million from the ARPA money to enhance the CAD system. However, our dispatch software is nearly a decade outdated and vehicle locators are still absent. Instead of addressing these issues, there's been no progress, only the hiring of anti-union consultants at $99,995. We need immediate action to update this outdated technology. Fire Station 24. In 2022,
$12 million was approved for design, construction, and procurement of new Fire Station 24. This project was supposed to be completed in fiscal year 23. In fiscal year 24, with this council here, there was an allocated $1.6 million and $16 million were allocated to be spent in fiscal year 25. The current recommended budget now allows $0 for this project. TFR maintenance shop and supply in 2022, the CIP reflected $12 million allocated with the completion expected in fiscal year 23. However, in fiscal year 24, it was adopted that $1.2 million would be allocated for the TFR maintenance supply. Today, there's been no progress, and fiscal year 25 shows $0 for that capital improvement project. It's clear that these projects, although approved and funded, remain stalled. My question to council is, why are these essential projects not advancing despite the funds that have been received in your commitment and approval? In reference to the operating budget, in fiscal year 23, Tampa Fire Rescue's budget was $130 million, with $1.06 million unused and returned to the general fund. With our critical needs, why are we nearly returning 1% of our budget? In conclusion, we currently have 744 sworn firefighters against a budgeted 793, and we're operating with significant vacancies and are unable to fill positions effectively due to ongoing challenges, including closed application periods.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please state your name.
Good evening, Mary Beth Williams. I am the Executive Director for Friends of the Riverwalk. I'd like to thank City Council and City staff, the administrative staff, for the support that Friends of the Riverwalk has received. We provide a variety of programming for the Tampa Riverwalk and services to the City of Tampa. We have made a funding request this year, and I've shared with all of the City Council members as well as the staff our reasoning behind our funding requests. We, again, want to thank you for your support and look forward to working with you collaboratively this year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else here for public comment? If not, we're going to go to City Council questions and comments. I'm going to kick it off since I haven't spoken. So I've heard from my colleagues and I've heard from the public. You know, one of the biggest things is this $1.5 million for Route 1. I think, in my personal opinion, it's a fantastic motion that was brought up by Councilmember Hertak. It was mentioned that Hart has a board meeting on Monday. I don't know, we have the chairman of the board here. If that would be brought up and discussed, is that?
I sent an email to my aide saying that if this passes, that I was going to do a memo requesting that. So.
Okay, so I sit on the Tampa Historic Streetcar Board, and before that, and now being on the board, now that I see the data in a different way, and they do come and present to us, they receive grant funding to keep it fare-free, and it's currently fare-free. And in that period of being fare-free, the streetcar, which I've used since I was in college, or even in college. So it's been a while. We've seen ridership at record numbers. And it's not, because I've ridden it enough, it's not just tourists. I see people that work in the area. I see people that go from downtown to Ybor City because they don't want to pay for parking. They're already here in downtown as employees. There's so many different reasons, but the fact is it's been successful. When you look at the Hart bus system, and I've used the bus system many times, where I live, in West Tampa, I can conveniently walk to the nearest corner and hop on a bus that'll take me directly to the Marion Transit Center. How I get to City Hall, I used to use the downtowner. Now I would walk. Or I can use the yellow Ubers, but if the weather is good, I'll walk. You know, public transportation is such a critical need of any community. It is expensive to own a car. I pay monthly just under $300 for car insurance, and then I pay for gas. And then, you know, eventually I'll have my car paid off, but I have a car payment. Then there's maintenance bills. I mean, there's just so many things that come with owning a vehicle. Not everybody can afford that. We talk about housing affordability, we talk about the price of food, everything has gone up. The very least that I think we can do, and I know there is a deeper discussion about this $1.5 million, but to make it fare-free, my hope is, mirroring what happened with the streetcar, is that it will encourage people to ride the bus. But it's not just about that. Route 1, and why do we choose Route 1? Because it's one of the busiest, if not the busiest. I believe it goes all the way up to USF. So you have USF students that can take the bus all the way downtown, hop on that streetcar that is currently fare-free. They don't have to worry about parking. They can go through this area all the way to Ybor City. And it brings awareness to public transit, number one. It offers people some savings because they're not paying those fares. It increases the frequency. That's another thing. We live in a country of convenience. We have all these drive-throughs and people want things delivered and whatnot. Going back to the bus, you know, if it's running at a 30-minute schedule and it could be running at a 15-minute schedule, intervals, you think you can hop off your bus, grab a cup of coffee, and then within 15 minutes you're getting the next bus and you're still making it to work on time. You know, I totally support this idea. I think this is it lays down the foundation for increased awareness, possibly future investment, you know, from a variety of sources. I hope the CIT gets renewed come November. I mean, that's a make or break thing. Here, I hope eventually one day we pass some kind of transit referendum that would help us to expand this bus service. But I think that's great. So that's my spiel on the Hart funding. I support that. Regarding the social action items, it was brought up about the $25,000 threshold. You know, if we're giving this kind of money, you know, $25,000 and up to organizations, they should go through a process. As we saw most recently with the NAACP, I think that's only fair. It's public money. We are giving it up. You know, we are giving that money to different organizations. That's really it. Just like a random concoction of comments. So
After Councilwoman Hurtak, because I don't want to.
So I'll go Hurtak, Henderson, Vieira. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I really greatly am touched by the amount of people who have really taken this cause on as their own. The stories I've heard about people needing to use transit for whatever reason, but I have a few things I'd like to share with the public. First of all, being a post from Instagram. This was.
I don't have that copy. Can I have yours?
Yes. First, a photo from Instagram that happened just last week, where the mayor on a podcast, a development podcast, said, can you zoom in out a little bit? Transportation.
Wrong one.
Uh-oh.
I pressed the wrong button. I'm fired.
I don't think so. You're not getting out that easily.
Sorry.
Where's that button?
Transportation is the biggest issue, and this literally was a podcast that Mayor Castor did last week, and she is 100% right. It is our biggest issue. Thank you. Next is the TPO did a study for long-range transportation planning, and that was for the entire county. But what they did afterwards was they were able to pull out the data that focused just on the city of Tampa. Go ahead to the next one. The top priority for the city of Tampa is new, faster transit. Look at that. Anything that's in blue, that was their #1 priority. New, faster transit. And what they really mean by that is a rail, like passenger rail. But the thing about passenger rail is if you don't live within a quarter mile of it, you still got to get home. And how are we going to get home? Mr. Willet's talked a little bit about that earlier, is that we have to have a network of getting people on a bus to their neighborhood. We've got to be able to get people from that rail line, which we can't afford right now, but we will be able to afford later. As soon as we get more people riding the bus, doing this. Thank you. And then the next slide is about the cost of this. The streetcar extension we need $50 million. The BRT, we need $95 million. The BRT is the same route of Route 1 by and large. And what this will do for a fraction, for maybe 1% of that money, is give the ability to go faster and get more people on transit. Next. There's a story in the Tampa Bay Times recently that basically said that the number of cash-strapped households in Florida has increased now, and 13% of households now stand below the federal poverty level of $31,200 for a family of 4. From 2021 to the following year, a minimum cost of household necessities such as housing, food, and transportation for a single adult in Florida increased from $28,344 to $30,084. This is going to be doing nothing but increase, because this was from 21 to 22. Thank you, Ms. Sharp. So I also wanted to talk about what Mr. Miranda said earlier. I really think that you hit the nail on the head, and other people talked about it today who have lived elsewhere. They say bus service is what they're used to. You said that people are not used to it. And that is the whole reason that we need to take away the barrier to riding the bus. If we take away the barrier to riding the bus, you hop off the streetcar, you get on the bus. You don't have to figure out how to use it. I've had multiple friends of mine ask me if they can ride with me to learn how to ride the bus, because they don't know how. You're worried, you're nervous, you have the $2, can they fit in? I'm going to block everybody else from riding the bus. But you literally just hop on. And of course, going on with saving the environment, all of these things are very important. So today I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to be the first one out of the gate. Not to mention that we've gotten some really interesting support. We've gotten support from downtown neighborhood associations. Harbor Island South wrote a letter when they heard about this because they want to help provide more ability for people to get around. So I'm going to go ahead and just make my motion. I make a motion to remove the $1.5 million funding for CIP project 1002-659, which is EV charging stations and infrastructure upgrade from the FY25 budget, and reallocate the $1.5 million to Hart for 1 year fare-free Route 1 pilot program to include 15-minute headways Monday through Friday.
Second. We have a second. Councilmember Henderson, do you want to speak first?
Yes.
And then we'll go down.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate it. Okay, so let's just talk about transportation for a second. As an educator, I know firsthand that Route 1 is not the only route where there are disadvantaged people riding the bus. So for one route, which I actually rode on Friday, I got to experience it, and I could see the need, of course, of people riding Route 1. It was crowded as the bus went along, chugging along, from downtown all the way to the depot just off of Fletcher Avenue. So I actually understand that. But it's about the need. Who needs to pay for the ridership? Everybody who gets on the bus, there are people who can afford to get on the bus. I think that it would be more helpful that if there was those who are disadvantaged and need to ride for free, regardless of route. Regardless of route. That is more important to me, because that route may be headed toward West Shore, where there's 25 kids at the bus stop that go to Jefferson High School every day. It's not just about Florida Avenue. It may be a high ridership, but that's not the only reason to constitute that it should be free. It should be about the need. And I just wrote a quick note on my let me just say this. It's about the disadvantage equity study. Has that been done? Hart is in financial straits. I happen to sit on the Hart board. It is the most challenging position that I actually have. I had to, every month I have to sit and listen to the employees. See, I get to talk about it here because I wasn't allowed to talk about it at the Hart meeting. Bus drivers who were not paid their time and a half, who were not paid at all. And they are fighting for that. They got a $1,500 supplement, but really, because of the overtime and their own contract, it really actually totaled $26 million. But Hart gave everybody a check for $1,500 and called it a day. They paid the Teamsters, but somehow they talked the employees who drove during COVID out of their funding. And they can't address that. You know, it's going to go into arbitration. So the sad part is that the government sent them the money for that very reason, to keep their employees on board. And so for me, this is a very challenging issue for us to actually, for everyone to expect that the city of Tampa needs to be the person who's giving. I think that Hart should reassess their budget. I think that Hart should reassess their budget because they took Hart away from the city of Tampa, I believe. I can't remember all of the details about it, but they separated these two organizations for a reason, and we do provide support. Now, the streetcar is the other part to that. The streetcar, the people who get on the streetcar can afford to pay for it. That's just the bottom line. I rode both on Friday, and the people who got on the streetcar can afford to pay for it, and that one is free. It is a tourist attraction, and it does provide an opportunity for people who live over here to have a nice little hookup of free transportation. But those are people who can actually pay, and you can clearly see the difference. So if we actually took the time to say, hey, Hart, why don't you identify people who need the support to ride the bus for free, regardless of where they live, and start there? Because after this 1.5 million, who's going to pay for the next route? And then the next route? Who's going to pay for that when we should still have the same pot of money? So that's just the simplistic way of me looking at it. I rode the bus as a teenager. I actually enjoyed it, you know, because I was raised in a single parent household, and that's how I got to work. And sometimes I had to walk. This is a different generation. It's, you know, it's not as safe as it used to be back then. But so here it is. I'm saying if we're going to spend $1.5 million, we should give it to people who actually really need it, not just to make it the Florida Avenue corridor. And for the social action funds, this one has been on my radar since before.
Wait, can we separate it and do the Hart thing first and then go to the social action?
There's a motion on the floor.
But we'll go right, after this motion, we'll go right to the social action.
Chair, I can comply with your request, that's no problem.
Yes, ma'am. We have Vieira.
So let me just wrap up my sentence.
Yes,
I don't want you all to think that I don't support free transportation. It's just free transportation for whom? It should be for people who need it, not just because it's one route.
All right, we're gonna go to Vieira, Miranda, Clendenin, and then Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate everybody's thoughts. I support this idea, and I was favorably disposed to it when Councilwoman Hurtak first mentioned it a week or two ago, and I still support it today. You know, we always need to have a balance. Street repaving is something that is very, very important, but that doesn't mean that we avoid our duties to do what we can for mass transit. Many of us up here supported All for Transportation. I supported it when I first ran for office, the idea of a penny sales tax back in 2016. By the way, it's not fun to run for office and on raising taxes, but I did that. I supported it in 2018. I supported it in 2022, and if it comes up again, I'm going to support it again, because I really do believe that we need a separate revenue source for mass transit. But just because we don't get what we want, right, or really what we need, doesn't mean that we just abandon the whole idea. And the way that I see this is that it moves us forward on something that we as a city want. It is something that is very, very important. This moves us forward on mass transit. One of the reasons that I support this is because this has real progress for Hart's clients and for folks who take the Hart bus every single day. I'm in my second year of being chairman of Hart, and I'll tell you all what, that is a position that I enjoy a great deal. Probably my last year doing it, I would think. But being on the Hart board, I love it for a lot of reasons, and I'm very enthusiastic about it. I'm very enthusiastic because of the workers at Hart, the operators, the mechanics, and all the different folks who make Hart run. You talk to a lot of them, as I do all the time, and they see it as a calling. A lot of them see it as a public service, and they know what they're doing, and they're very passionate about what they do. They're public servants. And then the folks who take the Hart bus, you know, these are everyday working people. Mr. Hagan said something that I thought made a lot of sense, which is a lot of the people that take the Hart bus are not the people that we hear from all the time, week to week, and especially in our City of Tampa elections. Won't get on that, right? But there are folks that we don't always hear from. I remember, if y'all remember, Scott Payne used to be a District 7 councilman. He's now a Roman Catholic deacon, one of my favorite people, writes a lot for the League of Cities. And I remember him writing once, he goes, the people that you fight for aren't the people that voted for you. They're not the people that vote. They're not the people that you know, show up one way or another. They're everybody, whether they vote or not, the people. And that's what matters. And when I look at this project, or this proposal as put forward by Councilwoman Councilwoman Hertak, I look at something that moves us forward for people who work every single day, the people that if you go on Hart buses, the single moms and dads trying to make $1 out of 15 cents, our senior citizens, people with disabilities, people who have challenges in life that a lot of folks don't even begin to think about, because that's just the way it is, unfortunately. This is a proposal that smacks of empathy and of compassion, and I'm going to support it. So I'm 100% for it. I would urge folks to support it, and I will make a motion if we do support this to have a briefing on the Hart board. I do not speak for the Hart board, but I would think our board would support this, by the way. I don't think I go off on a risk at all saying that. So I intend to support this. And thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Miranda Clendenin.
I always have the honor of following the attorney. But anyway, let me just say this. I mean, if you listen to what I've listened, I'm sure that all the proposals that have come here are valid. And I certainly have to agree with Councilmember Hertak, but I also agree with Councilmember Henderson. The areas that I spoke about earlier, bus 3 and bus 4, guess which are those? The ones that used to take me to the housing project at 1860 Kennel Court in the corner of 26th Avenue and 20th Street. And let me mention something about buses and Kennel Court at 26th Avenue and 20th Street. We used to walk, all of us, from 26th Avenue and 20th Street to Jefferson High School on Euclid and Highland and never be late. And now you've got the school bus with 50 kids in it, and they're always late. That doesn't mean anything, but it means a lot. When you look at poverty and you look at things that, why, maybe we can get some of this money and have 2 trials instead of 1. So much more for this one and try the other one. See which one has the upswing of value. If you really want to do a business acumen and study it, if I was selling filet mignon at a restaurant, which I did at one time, why would I want to push the lowest volume, the highest volume in sales, but the lowest volume in profit? That's what it is. If I was to sell you a drink, a cup of coffee, and a dessert, I make more money on you than I do selling you the filet mignon. So, all that being said, why do we have to not try an area that is more than likely the most needed for buses when we haven't tried it? I didn't want to sell you a filet mignon. I wanted to sell you a cup of coffee, a sangria, and a dessert. And I will make more money on you spending $12 than you spend $50 on the filet mignon. So what I'm saying, percentage-wise, is we have an opportunity to look at both items. Now, how do we do it? That's what we're asking ourselves. I have to agree with Ms. Hertak, and I also have to agree with Ms. Henderson. So who do we try? How do you do it? How do you fund it? You're talking about 1.5. How do you split it up? How do you get it done? How do you get back information if you only try one? Name an elected official that only put one thing on his or her mail out and got elected. I don't know of any. So what I'm saying is, there's an opportunity to do both. How we do it, I'm just putting it out there so we can understand the need, the necessity. who needs it the most would be, not what I say, not what the council says, but the results of those that ride the bus, where there are today, and how many ride the bus within that certain time in both areas. And then you have a workable idea of how you do it. That's all I'm throwing out. I like to vote for both of them, but I can't. So this is what I'm saying.
Thank you. Councilmember Clendenin, then Carlson.
Yeah, this is an interesting discussion, and I think what we're losing sight of is this is the proposal is a pilot program, not necessarily a permanent permanent outcome, or And what I'll say is, streetcar keeps getting thrown out there. You know what? Until we did what we did with the streetcar, it was an unproven concept. Now it is a proven concept, and we can build on that because we know what the successful formula is. We don't know whether this is going to work or not, but you know what? Transportation, as the mayor said and Councilman Hurtek reminded us, is the #1 priority amongst most people in the city of Tampa. We're beyond just wherever most communities would be thinking about issues. We're in crisis mode of how we move people around the city of Tampa. I'm not a huge fan. I recognize where funding comes from, as I said during Justin's presentation earlier. The way this was crafted is Hart is a county responsibility. The taxes that appear on your bills, your millage taxes that come in, that's how it's funded. But guess what? We are where we are, and I can hang my hat on that all day long, and we'll still continue to backslide on moving people around the city of Tampa. So I'm willing to take the leap of faith that, because we don't know what we don't know. I think that it is a corridor that's interesting because, again, we're talking about potentially spending $95 million on a BRT in this corridor. Well, that if we spent that without testing it, is that the right thing to do? Maybe this is the business model of, okay, is the demand there? Let's go with what is a reasonable expenditure to test the concept, to see if there's a demand, and if it works, then we can look for how we expand or how we model moving people around Hillsborough County. But I think it's worthy of a go. I think that it's well thought out, and I appreciate the councilwoman for bringing it to this council. Thank you.
Councilmember Carlson.
I appreciate all the comments by the public and also the ones we today and the ones we received by email. I personally have been involved in transit initiatives for 25 or so years here in this area, throughout the state, other places. I understand the call from the community. That this community definitely needs transit solutions, and we've suffered from poor leadership in pushing transit solutions over the years. The issue here is who should fund it, and I fundamentally do not agree that the city should fund it. I've actually spoken to people who were around that back in 1979, and the reason why they moved Hart out, they also moved the housing fund out, was so that ad valorem capacity, the city's ad valorem rate was around 9%, and it was reduced down to 5 or 5.25, something like that. But the idea was that taxing capacity moved out of the city and it moved to these other agencies. The idea was that they would be self-supportive and they could be focused on solving those issues. It's a separate government agency. It's supposed to be solving these issues, and Hart has had a number of issues throughout the years, and it sounds like it still has issues. We need to fix the issues at Hart. If Hart doesn't work, then we need to change the legislation to move Hart back in the city, or the city's portion of it back in the city. There are lots of other government agencies, the airport, the port. If the airport came to us and said, we need money to subsidize flights, or we needed money to build new restaurants at the airport, we would say no. The airport has taxing authority, although I think they don't use it. The port has a small part that they use, and it's declining. But there are other government agencies that we don't fund also. If the county asks us to subsidize something, we wouldn't do that either. This is a separate government agency. The city of Tampa, as we've heard all night and we've heard in all the other hearings, is way behind on all kinds of spending. And if there are ways that we can save money, which I think most of us think that we can, we should spend that to go to the main purpose of the of this city. I have spoken to some of the board members at Hart, and I don't think there's unanimous support for a government agency coming in and like the city and spending this. There certainly isn't support from the folks who helped create this and move it out years ago. The issue is recurring revenue. We can say this is a pilot and it's a one-time thing, but next year who's going to fund it? We set the expectation that it's going to be free. What happens on the streetcar if the state stops funding it? It's not a proven model because the state's subsidizing it. And the same thing here. We need a comprehensive solution, and we need to work on it. Unfortunately, because the last couple campaigns were screwed up, it's going to take us years to come back to it. Here's the thing, and I might get my numbers slightly wrong. The Hart, as I understand it, is at a maximum 0.5 mil right now, but it has the capacity to go up 3 mil. Not a single board member of Hart board has made a motion to increase it. Right now, their total budget somewhere around 110 million, about 78, 80 million of it is from that 0.5 mil. If they increase it at 3 mil, just rough math, they would have almost $500 million. $500 million without getting all for transportation passed. And what do we have to do that? The Hart board has to approve it. The county commission has to approve it. Tampa City Council has to approve it. Temple Terrace, I think Plant City pulled out, if I remember those two correctly. So Temple Terrace has to approve it. And then the county has to approve it again to put it on the ballot. And then the voters have to approve it. That's a long process. But if we think that process is broken, we need to go to the state and fix it. Or we need to move our part of Hart back in. But that is the process that was created. The simple solution is let's put money in. But in a year, we're not going to have the money to support it anymore. And the people who rely on free transit are not going to have it anymore. We're creating an expectation that we can't fill in the future. What we need is a systemic solution. We all agree that we need to solve this problem. The problem is who's going to fund it and how are we going to make it sustainable? We need to make it sustainable by asking the Hart board to do the tough job of going to the voters and asking them to increase the ad valorem rate, because they can do that. By law, they can do it. They just have to have the guts to make a motion and get it. Not a single motion has been made to increase the tax rate. And also because they haven't had a board meeting, no motion has been made to even ask us for this money or to say that that they would spend it. What we need to do is fix this. We need the Hart board to do the tough job and look at the money. We need to get $500,000 would increase their budget by at least $50 million. It's by $80 million. That's much more than $1.5 million. And if we don't like it, let's go to the state and get the legislature to change it. And if we don't like what the state legislature says or the county commission, we need everybody here to vote to get the county commission out, and we need to get the state legislators out, because we need to fix this fundamentally. We can't say, oh, because the county won't vote on it, we're going to subsidize on the short run, because it creates a horrible problem. My commitment is to fix this problem, but I want to do it systemically. I'm not going to put a Band-Aid on it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Clendenin Hertag Beer. He asked me like 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, because I haven't gone
Go
ahead. I'm sad to hear that this is kind of becoming a hot potato. It feels like we're just throwing it. Well, if we don't, the county's not doing anything, Hart's not doing anything. Well, we say, I've heard the citizens, we've all heard the citizens, they want transportation. And this is the way to do it, quite simply. What other people say is let's wait. Let's wait and go through this long process. We know the county's not going to approve it. County's not going to do that right now. It's very clear with where the county is. The reason this route was chosen is because it's the BRT route. And the BRT route, the ideal BRT route, and it goes to USF. And the reason this was chosen was because of legislation in the state legislature this past year. There is a much higher threshold to get a BRT going. And so in order to get the ridership we need, this is a way to do that. So it's not necessarily a one-year commitment. The one-year commitment will show that we can afford or that the BRT will be viable, and that's what we have to show now. This is the requirement. As far as when it goes to the other things that don't come to us for money, the airport and the port get their money from FDOT. They get tons of money. We don't have to give them any money, but FDOT won't fund the bus. It's very simple. They just simply won't do it. They will help with certain things, but they cannot fund the actual running of the bus. They can help with the capital projects. They cannot help with operations, and that's what this is. This is an operational issue. So I appreciate those who are supporting this. this is just something that the community has talked about and talked about and talked about and talked about. How do we improve transportation? How do we decrease cars on the road? This is a way to try. And I'm really sorry to hear that people aren't willing to at least give it a try, because quite frankly, if we don't try, we're going to be here next year with the exact same thing, but with a bigger problem, because there will be more cars on the road. And I feel like if we don't at least try, you know, why are we even here?
Councilman Vieira, or wait, Councilman Clendenin, Vieira, Henderson, Miranda.
Yeah, I'm glad Councilman Hurtak said about the port and the airport, because I mean they get hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars in federal money. I mean, they are the recipients of tons of cash flow. So they definitely don't need the small potatoes of the city of Tampa. Again, I probably would be where Councilman Carlson is, except though, as Councilman Hurtak just said, BRT is a proposal. We've been talking about this, a lot. My emphasis has been expanding the streetcar for urban transit and be car-free environment within our urban area. But again, as someone said in this discussion, maybe it was Councilman Vieira, you've got to do a lot of different things at once. We're running the city government. You can't just focus on one thing. You have to focus on lots of things. So as we look at the BRT as a proposal, it's expensive. This test pilot program, again, I don't necessarily see this as a long-term solution. And for those of you in the public that think that we're going to be able to sustain this, indefinitely, it's not sustainable within the City of Tampa budget. But we can use this as a test program to see that, one, we can drive the ridership numbers up to see if to be able to reach the threshold that's required for BRT, and it'll either work or it won't, and we'll have an answer. We'll be able to know whether people will actually be, are using the service. We'll have an answer. So that's the thing, is this isn't a long-term solution. This isn't a self-perpetuating program of government bloat and growth. This is a test of a low-cost test to test a much more expensive, before we invest further into a much more expensive program. So we invest this amount of money this year, and we know whether we should be looking at this much greater investment of nearly $100 million of a BRT to get from downtown Tampa to USF. So again, don't look at it as a self-perpetuating government bloat thing. Look at this as a smart business decision of, you test the concept at the lowest possible amount of money that you can before you move forward with a larger investment.
Next is Vieira, Henderson, Miranda.
Thank you very much. Councilman Carlson said some words about our Hart board, and I wanted to stand up for our hardworking Hart board. To say that because we don't want to raise taxes right now, that somehow the fault lies with the Hart board, when we have a county commission that would rather do a whole lot of things other than raise taxes for Hart right now. So why engage in political flattery and political gamesmanship in the Hart board, even if we did have the votes on the Hart board, and to say, guess what, we're going to push through we're going to push through an addition in taxes and send it over to the county commission where we know it's going to die. Amen. All that I want to do is to help out the hardworking men and women and the families who take the Hart bus every single day. And I tell you, I think Councilwoman Henderson mentioned the streetcar, where we have funding for the streetcar, through different partnerships. Some of it's temporary, et cetera. I think, Councilman Henderson, you mentioned the idea, and by the way, 100% for the streetcar funding, et cetera, but the folks who ride on the streetcar. I don't have the stats to back this up, but I bet you $1 million that if you took a survey of the people who are on the streetcar versus the people who are on Route 1 for Hart, there's going to be a big difference in income. Huge difference in income. The people who ride the streetcar probably tend to earn more. And I am disturbed by a different level of scrutiny applied to temporary funding measures for Hart and to hardworking families who ride Hart, as opposed to the folks who take the streetcar, right? That's the issue before us here today. Why aren't we going to give the hardworking folks who take Hart and hardworking workers who make Hart work every single day the same courtesy that we give the people who ride the streetcar? I support both of them. They both do something different. Hart's big issue is funding. It's money. It's the number 1 issue. We have disagreements on the Hart board in terms of how to get there. Some folks say, let's look at grants. Others, again, I've put my political capital out there time and time again for higher taxes for mass transit. We had a study from a proposal that was pushed by State Senator Danny Burgess and State Representative Lawrence McClure, and we worked with them. I went to Tallahassee with our wonderful CEO, Scott Drainful. If you haven't worked with him, one of the greatest guys on earth. I think he walks on water, where we talked to our friends in Tallahassee on things that we're doing to improve Hart. A study was done through the legislature, through FDOT, and guess what they found the number 1 challenge of Hart is? Money and revenue. So my issue is, I just want to help Hart. I don't care about the politics of it. I don't care if we do it through, if we could, raising the millage rate. I don't care if we do it through appropriating money from the City of Tampa. I don't care if we do it by doing lemonade stands or saying 12 Hail Marys and 12 Our Fathers. I just want to get the job done, because being on that Hart board with different folks, I've seen the people who depend on that system, and they're going to benefit from this. It's going to be moved ahead, and they deserve the same kind of generosity that we give the streetcar. Thank you.
Councilmember Henderson, then Miranda.
Thank you, and I have my microphone on. Since we can't talk at Hart, because of sunshine, let me just ask you a question. Isn't there a subsidy program in place for people who need to ride Hart and they receive a significant discount? Doesn't that already exist?
I'd have to ask Mr. Willis that. I'm unaware if you want to, if that's okay.
There's a subsidy program in place, and are there people who currently ride it for free? And another thing, while he's looking that up, I guess, is...
I'm ready.
Okay.
Justin Willet, Hart, Director of Planning. Discount fares are available, mostly to seniors, Medicare, the young, and people with disabilities.
Right. So if they're riding that route, they can apply for that, or they receive that. Do you know?
Yeah, it's across the whole system. There are some discounts available.
Right, but you should have that data available since you presented it to us for Route 1. Do you have it?
The breakdown of existing riders on Route 1 by how they pay their fare and if it's discounted? That was not asked to present that. I'd be happy to bring it back.
All right.
I did present the statistics of the people on the corridor and the demographics and the disabilities, income levels, and that sort of thing.
The city is being asked to take the hit. We have the least amount of money. You know the county has all the money. The Hart board is just as conservative as the county commission. And so they know that we would have to be the problem solvers of this issue. And that's just not fair. That's all I wanted to say.
Councilman Miranda.
We could make this a TV show and it'd be a seller forever.
Oh, it's the best show on Tampa.
And I mean, a producer get this, make a movie out of it, get rich. One government doesn't want to do it, so you can't go to them and ask for it, but you don't want to do it yourself because whatever reason, so it's coming to us. So, but it's, my problem is I agree with all of them. Now, how do we solve the problem?
By sending it back to Hart and telling them to figure it out.
Well,
call me out of order, go ahead.
No, I asked them to bank it. No,
that's fine.
I'll take the heat, but anyway,
no, that's fine.
I think the Hart board ought to take it first, and I'm not trying to delay it. Present it to them and see how they want it done and how they want to do it. I don't sit on Hart board. I don't know much about transit, I'll be honest with you. I don't think anyone does other than those that sit in those areas. But it's incumbent for all of us to understand that there's a need, definitely there's a need. How you're going to do the study and how you're going to find out, in many ways. But when you really do a need and necessity, we know that the lowest income, I guess, supposedly, are the ones that ride the bus on a daily basis. And the young, I guess. The people that go to different schools don't know what a bus is if you put it in front of them, because all they wanted was a car when they turned 16. And that's what society's done. The parents are giving them a car. So that's another problem you got to overlook. There's not one little hurdle here. It's a whole bunch of hurdles to change society back where it came from originally. Are we going to get there? Maybe, and maybe not. You cannot have one study in one area. When you do a polling of anything, You do different areas and different ages, different income levels. All of it is done. No matter what business you're in, whether you're in the restaurant business, or you're in the aerospace business, or you're trying out something else, you try every little thing. We're only going to one, not two. And I'm not trying to say to escape the problem. I would vote for it right now if they're going to do 2 studies in 2 little areas. But they're only doing one. How do I know what the other one? How does the public know? If it's never asked. I love all the colleagues. I love all the questions that they ask. I love everything. I think they've done it all well. But at the end, how do you solve the problem? Do you go before the hard board first and have the other government tell them no? And like I said, the problem started when it started. When it started back in the 80s, not today, when they said, we're going to make it, now you're going to have somebody from there, take them all the way to Wamama, to Brusca, and everything else. You got to have concentration to have transit work. And it started back in the 80s when this started, and you just didn't have the ridership. You were spending the money on nothing. It wasn't going to work the way it was. Now you have a possibility of working, and we just can't solve it because of so many interests. So I would vote for it right now if there was 2 studies done with the same amount of money. Half of the 1.5 here and half of the 1.5 somewhere else. At least to get an understanding what it is. We just can't say one and that's it. I never married my first girlfriend. Maybe she didn't want to marry me either. Thank you very much.
Motion to close.
No, Councilmember Carlson, then Hurtak, then we take the vote.
Yeah, I think we've all had 2 rounds. I want to first thank Mr. Willets. I know you've spent a lot of time on this and researching it and answering a question. You didn't know that you'd get all these other questions in.
More time tonight than preparing.
But thank you for doing that. And I don't remember your title exactly, but I think you're the director of planning or something like that. So you're not the CEO, and we shouldn't expect you to be able to answer every question off the top of your head. But thank you for trying to do that tonight, and thank you for representing the organization. Second, the point has been made that the hardworking men and women of our city deserve a solution, and I completely agree with that. What we need is a long-term solution, a systemic solution. What's going to happen a year from now is the City of Tampa does not have the $1.5 million to continue, even if it's approved tonight. So we'll give people a year to ride this, and then the money's going to go away. Hart can't fund it. Everybody's saying the county's not going to fund it. The state's not going to fund it. So who's going to fund it? Nobody's going to fund it. We need to find a solution. And for everybody who's here advocating for this, if you don't like the folks who are going to vote against, they've got $480 million plus in capacity to go out and charge in their ad valorem fees, but nobody's even made a motion. So we need your help to do that. The city, just because the city is accessible and the city council is accessible doesn't mean that we can solve every problem in our community. This issue was taken out of the city 40 years ago with the idea that it would be independently handled. And all we can do is maybe put a Band-Aid on it. We're not going to fix the problem. We're not going to fix all the issues in the community, even though we're philosophically in favor of them. We need to come up with a systemic issue. We can't give people a free bus for a short period of time and then expect that they're going to be able to pay after that. Also, this helps with one route and not all the rest of them.
Councilmember Hurtak.
Thank you. Just gonna finish by saying, it's been really interesting to listen to the excuses, and I have to say this is why people don't like government. We're nimble, just picking and picking and picking. If we can't be nimble, if we can't do something to try to help people, then why are we here? Like, why are all of us here? And to make sure it's perfect, we cannot make perfect the enemy of the good. We owe it to the public to try. So I'm calling the question.
We have a motion from Councilmember Hurtak. The second was Councilmember Vieira. Let's take a roll call vote.
Vieira?
Yes.
Miranda?
No.
Carlson?
No.
Hurtak?
Yes.
Clinton?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Motion carries. Miranda, Carlson,
Thank you very much. Councilmember Henderson, you can begin the discussion on the social action.
Thank you so much. Okay, I have my microphone on. Okay. I have a great appreciation for social action. When I came to City Council, there were basically 3 black organizations that received some funding: the Urban League, the NAACP, and a little bit of money went to the Black Heritage Festival that we have every year that will be in its 25th year in 2025. So we take care of dogs, we take care of filming, we take care of a lot of different stuff. And so the question came to me, or I presented the question, well, how do you get on this list? Because as an educator, I know a bunch of organizations that really support our communities and are doing some amazing things, but they're not on this list. So how do you get on the list? And no one really could answer that question. But one thing I do know is if you make the list, you just stay on the list. You stay on it and you just keep getting money, you keep getting money, and they've already told you, based on the comments from staff, that there hasn't been accountability. They don't have the agreements in place. So to get $200,000 every year, what it says to me is that you know you're gonna get it, you're expecting it, and you are not necessarily showing what you've done with these funds. And another thing is that you're so spoiled because you are getting it that maybe you're not going out and soliciting funds from other organizations. You're just expecting the city to come back year after year after year. But yet one particular organization had to beg for their money and have an agreement in place. A lack of equity, actually disrespectful. And I actually disagree with the NAACP on quite a few things, but not on this. And so that is what's very interesting to me. So what I did was something, and I actually had this conversation, I'm now sharing my very first conversation that I had with the mayor. I said, as a teacher, if you gave an organization $5,000, they could do a whole lot of stuff. If you gave me $5,000, I could take 2 trips on college tours to Tallahassee, buy the kids t-shirts and buy them some snacks. And I am being impactful. Somebody in that group is gonna go off to college because I put them on a bus for the very first time. Our role up here with this particular money is to support something. Just to support you, to give you a little bit of help. You cannot expect us to fund your organization and then everybody else give you $1,000 and $5,000, but yet you get $200,000 from us. There is absolutely no equity in this list. And what has happened, because I've been paying attention, is that a council member, you know, they support something, so they will ask for that organization to get on the list. So I tried it for the very first time, and this is public record, so you can see what I'm talking about. I actually asked I asked for funding for the Aaron's House, $5,000. The Bullard Family Foundation. I also asked for G3. They are a youth organization that is very impactful, my former students, but I know what they do for the community out in East Tampa. I asked for it for Rise Up for Peace. They deal with gun violence in our community. And I asked for $5,000. The big ask for me as a council member was $20,000 to the Skills Center, which we actually supported with CRA funds, but this is their first year in. Celeste Roberts and her team raised a lot of money from so many different places to surpass their fundraising goal of $23 million to raise $28 million to build the Skills Center. So we gave them $500,000. That's a pinch as a CRA. And then, so this is, now, here it is, for the first time in East Tampa, there's this beautiful, beautiful facility for youth. And the scary part is that now we gotta keep it open. We have to pay people, we gotta keep the lights on, we have to have programming. And so I asked for that organization to receive $20,000, and they're on the list. The ask up here has been too big for some of these organizations. When you look, Feeding Tampa Bay gets $200,000. That makes sense because they feed people. They feed people in my community, and some of my constituents have a problem with the homeless getting fed, which is ridiculous and a whole nother story. But Feeding Tampa Bay does amazing work, and they receive $200,000. But here it is, the filming Tampa Educational Cable, and I'm not picking at you, I'm just pointing out that you're getting a lot of money, and I don't necessarily know that you're being necessarily impactful. And so, and it shows on your website that you do receive support from other organizations. The community, just like us, you're going to have your ask. You're going to have your fundraisers. You're going to have to start doing other things besides expecting the city to fund your organization at a number where you can't justify it, and they haven't been able to have to justify it because we haven't made it a requirement. Even the funding for the NAACP was very old. Frank Reddick was up here many years ago. Councilman Goods came after him. So that update, because they got an increase, they had to have an agreement, but nobody else was tied to that. And then Mr. Brody today couldn't even say who else has gotten those, but the chief was very smart. Dr. Chief got up and said that before we give everybody else the money, anyone over $25,000 will have to have a community benefit agreement. That benefit agreement at one point, when Yvette Lewis approached me, she said, we can't even meet these requirements that they're asking of us in order to get our money. It's just too stringent. So I found that very interesting. So I don't even know what we're going to require from these organizations in order for them to get their funding. There's just no balance all across the board. How many seconds do you have when the light rings? Okay. So there actually is some funds left over. And for me, what is important, because it's happened to me, I get so many phone calls with organizations asking for a little bit of help. Just a little bit of help, $1,000, $2,000, because they're trying to do something. Let me just wrap this up by saying this. So the leftover funding that we have, I would like for it to be divided up, among council members, or we decide on an amount, $20,000, because along the year, when you get that phone call, you're able to help someone. You're able to help someone. The add-on request for me, just as a public, I did ask for the Riverwalk. They do some amazing things. But the funding amount that we asked for them actually was a little bit less. The mayor was more generous and gave $35,000. I said $25,000. But I just don't think that we need to be giving out big numbers. Anything over $100,000, we need to stop doing that, so that people will know that there's equity across the board, and you have to show what it is that you do, and it has to come in a resolution just like it did for the NAACP. It needs to cross our desk at $25,000 for each one separately, so that we can say yes or yay or nay, and it actually should not last forever. It should not last forever, because some of these people on this list have been on here forever.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Henderson. You brought up something interesting. So there's $124,000 left over in unallocated funds.
Yes.
If we were to divide that between 7 council members, that would give us $17,714 each council member. I know. No. That was before the updated list. Yeah, so it's 124.
Yeah.
I did the numbers.
It would just be a great start, because one of the things that just happens, just for the public, is that I'll ask, an organization wants to talk to me, and I'll say to Darlene, what do they want, Darlene? What do they want? They say they have to talk to you. They have to talk to you. And I'm like, Darlene, I don't have any money. I don't have any money to give these people. And so it could be really legit, but even I have literally written checks just to support an organization because there is no funding for me to give to them. And I am a giver, but it shouldn't have to come to that, where the council members are writing the checks just to support organizations that are 501(c)(3)s, but yet they just need a little bit. It's to feed the kids. It's to, we gave the money to, I literally went on the tour. Sulphur Springs, Stepping Stones.
Community Stepping Stones.
They have a food pantry. They feed those kids as soon as they get there, because they may not have food. That may be the last thing that they eat. So there are just things that we can do if we just had where we could ask the budget office, maybe there's a form created, and especially the ones that have a district. I know some of you are tied to, your citywide. And so, but if we just had an equal amount of money whether it's 15,000, 10,000, to help along the year where they don't have to necessarily be on a funding list at the beginning of the year. I just think that's an ideal pilot program that we actually could try. Thank you for the extra time.
Yes, ma'am. Councilmember Miranda, Councilmember Clendenin.
I'm not here to debate any one on this issue, but I'm not going that route personally. I don't think that. I don't want somebody overlooking at me. If I ask for money for somebody does something wrong with it, then I'm going to be responsible for it. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but if there's a probability it can happen, it will happen. And that's how life is. No disrespect to anybody on this board or anything like that, but once you touch public money in elected officials' hands and you pass it on to somebody else, you're going to be just as responsible for what that person did, even if you didn't like what that person did. So me, I'm not voting for that.
Even if it's like $1,000?
I'm not voting for that at all. Even if it's $1, I'm not doing that. Because you'd be creating a burden that I don't need or anybody else doesn't need. Believe me. I understand that, but I'm just saying, from what I know about government, it's not worth the trouble that you're going to get involved. Even if you're not guilty, you're going to get involved. It's going to cost you a lot of money to say you're not guilty and prove it. That's all I'm going to say.
Councilmember Clendenin, Councilmember Vieira, Councilmember Carlson.
Yeah, I didn't ask for any money on this list, by the way. But I do look at a lot. This is not, I mean, this is other people's money. This is taxpayers' money we're talking about. This is not our, but this isn't our money. And so when we do a litmus test of how I spend other people's money, there's got to be some type of return on the investment that meets the strategic goals of the city and how we, what we're trying to achieve. So whether it's going to be providing jobs, economic incubator, or the more social welfare programs when we're taking care of kids and the things that we need to be doing as a just society. Those are the litmus tests before we do. This isn't just a money giveaway. These are actually should be accomplishing strategic goals of the city as we're spending other people's money. So I'm very much hoping that as the city negotiates these agreements, that's included in all of this, so that we can actually weigh that this organization, so when we talk about organization X, what are they returning to this community? What are they returning to the city of Tampa? What are they returning to either the economic success, developing careers, developing skills, or whatever that is, or developing jobs, or creating the tourism, the tourism and other catalyst things that we can do very strategically as a city to bring economic development and growth to the city, which provides jobs. That's what I'm looking for. I mean, I'm a citywide guy. I don't want any money either. I mean, if you guys amongst your single member districts feel like that it's something that's better for you guys, go for it. But I agree with Councilman Miranda. I'd rather see that money stay sitting dormant. And we had an issue with, like you brought up, stepping stones. It came up mid-year. We had an issue with Sulphur Springs Pool. We needed to find money for that mid-year. So if we leave that sitting, if we leave unfunded sitting there for a period of time, I guarantee you there's going to be some need that's brought before us in the next 12 months that we're going to have to go looking for money. And so that we'll be able to do that without cutting somewhere else. So that would be my suggestion. But for myself as a citywide person, I don't necessarily feel like I need a kitty of money.
Councilmember Vieira Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I've looked at the list, and I'm personally supportive of the items being put on the list. I'm fine with the list. I have made requests throughout the years and this year, and they're requests that I not just don't run away from, that I would fully embrace. I mean, last year I began funding for with council and the mayor's support the Penguin Project, which does wonderful first-class theater programs for people with intellectual disabilities. And, it helps them temporarily, gives them a real leg up to long-term independence. I don't see that as something that's gonna be long-term and permanent, all these different things. Councilwoman Henderson, I'm so glad you mentioned G3, Ronnie. I mean, those folks are just amazing. Rise Up for Peace, love them to death, really good people. So I think that it is good to do something like this, to reflect our values. You know, the different things that we do here on council reflect our values. What we just did for Hart, I voted for it, reflects my values. And I think a lot of the things that I've requested also reflect my values. I do have a question, by the way, for Friends of the Riverwalk. They had, you know, maybe I can do this offline, but they had sent an email where they asked about a waiver of $50,000 of fees. I don't know who I talked to about it. I can do it between first and second reading.
No, Chief Bennett, do you happen to know? I spoke about it with the mayor earlier, so I don't know if the chief is also aware.
John Bennett, Chief of Staff. Again, we can talk more deep and offline if you want to, but I think what they're asking for is we go through the special event permitting process. What we tend to refer to as hard costs and soft costs. So sometimes soft costs will get waived to support some of the hard costs like law enforcement, fire rescue, personnel that are going to come out of the city's budget or reallocate resources. We tend not to waive those things. And so I think that's where the negotiation is. We feel there's opportunity. We love to activate the Riverwalk, so that's not the issue. The issue is trying to make sure that we grow into this budget in a sustainable way and support activation on the Riverwalk. So we're confident we're going to be able to work with our special events team and the Friends of the Riverwalk to find that sweet spot in their budget, despite recommending $35,000 to start.
Yes, sir, and thank you for that. And we can talk between first and second reading. I would support some level of waiver. And last question, if I may, Mr. Chair, is for Mr. Rajero. I have a question for you, sir. I had asked this before. For the Veterans Helping Veterans and Merciful Project, low amounts, I saw the little one. Do I need to make a formal motion to have those included, sir?
From my perspective, thank you.
Yes,
Dennis Rajero, Chief Financial Officer. From my perspective, it would be appropriate for a motion by council to make any of these changes to the recommended budget.
So, but I only asked those two because they had a little one.
Yes.
Okay, good. So may I make a motion, Mr. Chair?
Wait, he has to make a motion even though they're included with that little one next to it? Is it already included, or he has to make the formal motion?
It isn't, yes, and that's why it's framed exactly, as Councilwoman Henderson said, as potential. There's been much discussion, of course, but no change has been voted on to the recommended budget.
Okay.
Moreover, I would, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Shelby, but we discussed the mechanism to go about making these changes. It would be preferable and I think easier for everybody involved if we could make these changes in October by bringing a financial resolution to City Council.
If I may, Mr. Chair.
Before you make any motion, I want to go
Yes, sir.
around
I'll
and
wait.
then-
Yes,
and
sir.
then- so-
If I can, just
Yes, sir.
a question, just for the sake of clarity. The list that was presented by the budget analyst, by Ms. Kopesky, those items were marked in yellow, are new to the list and are not in the mayor's recommended budget. Did I understand that correctly?
No,
Okay.
everything, can I have the Elmo? There you go. Oh, and feel free, Ms. Kopesky, but those items that are identified as proposed change, those are the only items that are not in the recommended budget. Everything else on this list is in the recommended budget.
Even the items that were listed in yellow?
Items in yellow were meant to show 24 versus 25.
24 versus 25. Okay, thank you. Thank you for that.
All right, next up.
I have a question.
So this list, the potential change, the $124,686.
Yes, sir.
That is not inclusive of that center column?
It is inclusive.
It is inclusive,
That's the
thank you, okay.
leftover.
Yes, sir.
Council?
So if we adopted all those ones in the center column, that's what's left over?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, 124 is the leftover cash. Councilmember Carlson, Councilmember Hurtak.
Yeah, going back to Councilmember Henderson's ideas, I appreciate, it's good that we have new ideas and fresh ideas on here, and I love hearing all the new perspectives, especially in regard to the recurring funding. I agree totally with that. The idea I think of the city funding should be kind of startup or innovation funding to get people going, but ultimately the city doesn't have the money to sustain nonprofits, especially on a large basis, on an ongoing basis. I would vote no if we got a vote to have us give away money. One of the reasons is that my friends who are in the giving industry, like work for foundations, that 90-something% of your job is saying no. And the saying no to people is a lot worse than the saying yes. So you make a few people happy, but you make a lot of people unhappy. And people say, well, why did you fund them and not us? But the other thing is that it didn't go through the process. I have folks make requests to me, and I never directly put anything on a list like this. I always send them to the chief of staff or the administration because I want them to go through a process for the same reasons that Councilmember Miranda mentioned. I want to make sure that the organization is vetted. Even though I might like the organization support, I want to make sure they're vetted. There are many organizations on here that I personally supported, or through my firm I've supported, but I want to make sure they go through some process. And I think where we can have an impact is if we had a workshop. Hopefully the administration will put a workshop on our list, or maybe Councilmember Henderson can propose it, but where we could give some input into what the process is and maybe further define it. To show the equity, to maybe have smaller grants, things like that, to make sure that we take out some of the recurring ones. The other thing is when nonprofits contact me during this time, I tell all of them, even though I really like them, I tell them all, you need to start applying now for next year, not this year. It's too late for this year. The thing is already baked in. And I would suggest if there are any new ideas, that we start that we take them through the process to look for next year. If they're vetted, if this list of maybes, if they're already vetted and the administration's saying, okay, we've looked at these, fine. But if they haven't, I think we need to go through the vetting process. The other thing, remember I talked about categories of policy interest earlier? One of them is economic development. And without calling out any names of people or organizations, because I don't want to single them out, there are probably 4 on this list that should be under economic development, not under charitable giving, because I think that they should be sustainable. It's not, these are not startup organizations. These are things that we're funding. These are services that in effect we're buying for economic development. And I think that has to be a separate category.
Like our city assets, you mean?
The what?
Like our city assets, you mean?
Since Alfred's here, I'll point him out. But the Sister City program, Sister City is a program that is, they're really providing a service on behalf. They're providing a service on behalf of the city, and they're separate and they raise their own money and they put. But they exist to support the city, and it's not like they're just solving a social need. They're actually providing a service of the city, and I think the city should pay in just like you would any other service. And in this case, they're raising money to match us, and so it's a different. To me, it's a totally different kind of transaction than just nonprofit giving. This is not charitable giving. It's actually a transaction where we're asking them to provide a service for us. And if there's any money left, if there's $124,000 at the end, if we could fix one road, that would be worth it, because that would be 20 or so people that would be very happy. Thank you.
Councilmember Hertog, Clendenin, and me.
Thank you. For me, this is a larger issue of helping smaller organizations get off the ground and then transferring to something else. So one of the things I've talked about is, I've asked about actually, is if the city could apply for larger grants as a pass-through for some of these social organizations. And that's something that we have the capacity to do that a lot of these small organizations don't. And this came to light when we were talking about how to help teens, like the stay and play and all of that. So a lot of those organizations have some capacity, but not capacity to have a $50,000 grant. They can handle $10,000. So you don't want to overburden them with something that they aren't ready for. We want to help them grow. So to me, that's a real big issue that I'd like to see the city work toward. We're doing gangbusters on grants. We have a phenomenal team. So let's start going after some of these types of grants that we can do pass-through focused on particular issues. And so that to me is a really big deal. And then I know we sort of talked about it, but we have to create a method to get organizations to move off grants. There's at least two groups on this list that I've asked when I've talked to them, and I've asked them, you know, what does an endowment look like to you? And they're like, well, we're not really looking at endowments. And I'm thinking, why not? You have a lot of money. Why aren't you trying for an endowment? It's difficult to start, but once you have an endowment, you don't need city assistance anymore, and you have the capacity to do that. So to me, I would like to see some assistance in endowments. But also to go back to the idea of creating the method to get organizations to move off grants. If we don't have a method to start people down that path, I would like to create one. And if we do have one, if we could get a presentation about what that looks like. But we have to start. We have to start somewhere. Several of these organizations may need help in the long term, but a lot of them, I mean, there's an organization here that takes in millions of dollars that's getting less than $25,000 from us. Why? Why are we doing that? They don't, I mean, our money's a drop in the bucket to them, but could be a huge difference maker to some other smaller organizations. And I tried to take that off last year and I got a resounding no. So I'm just kind of befuddled by it. But anyway, so those are my thoughts on that.
Councilmember Clendenin.
Yeah, kind of gather my thoughts. I want to make a motion that requests that the administration divide this list, as Councilman Carlson said, because it's odd that this combination, this is a social action and arts funding, but several of these organizations are more economic development oriented than social action and arts funding. So I'd like to see those separated because, again, and I think those are worthy of funding because it's catalyst funding that produces a return for the investment for the City of Tampa. So I'd like to see those taken off and in a separate category. So I'll motion that the administration work through this list, identify these organizations that are of economic development nature and create a subset category for them.
We have a second from Councilman Vieira. So, you know, I've had requests, as I'm sure all of us had, to increase funding for certain organizations, and I'm not going to name them, but at least one is in that category.
Well, and that's going to be my next discussion. That's what I want to talk about. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't.
Oh,
there's a motion and a second by Clendenin Vieira. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
So that being said, I would like the administration to work with Tampa Bay Wave and identify their funding needs and I don't think it's appropriate for us to do this from the dais, but I think the administration, if they would work with Tampa Bay Wave, identify their request for additional funding as far as the return on the investment and see what that looks like and bring it back before council.
Second, may I have a friendly amendment?
Sure.
Amend it friendly.
The what, I'm sorry?
No, go ahead.
I was gonna ask about putting, potentially the Friends of the Riverwalk on there as well.
Yeah.
if you're amenable to that.
I am
Thank you.
amenable.
Well, all of them, the potential change for all of them, because it's not just the Friends of the Riverwalk, it's Cornerstone, I mean.
Well, I'm taking out the economic development portion of it, then we can talk about
we're
just the economic development portion.
So we have a motion and a second. Yes, Carlson and Hertog.
I don't have the list in front of me, but one of them is, if I can read this, one of them, it says Tampa Chamber, but it really is the protocol office. And that is, I don't know how many it is today. It used to be 5 organizations like Port Airport Chamber. I forgot who the other organizations were. And together they all provide resources or fund a person who works on protocol. So when a dignitary comes here, they help. And mostly they work with the administration. And so that one, I think, has to be included under economic development also.
Well, that's why I was asking them to pull those all inclusive. Not just those, I want the administration to go through that list, identify things that should be under economic development.
Yeah, so that's your first motion, but the second motion, then you started talking about economic development. I just want to make sure that there are several that we haven't mentioned that probably could be economic development.
So let me ask you a question on that note and separating. Are you looking at cutting their funding in any way?
No.
Just dividing it.
I want to divide it because I think that, as we've heard in this discussion, I think that we come to as 7 individuals, we come to this from, and of course the administration of many more, from different perspectives, and I think it would be much easier to digest as we're looking at how we're spending taxpayer money, okay, is this dollar we're spending because it returns X amount of dollars in return? Or is this money we're spending because it's meeting our just responsibility as a city to provide for people that, that need that extra hand up? I want to be able to divide those issues up so that we can make a better decision about how we're funding programs. So, it's kind of odd to talk about television production in the same breath that we're talking about feeding kids or helping, somebody get out of homelessness. It's odd to be able to talk about the two, or a museum versus a.
I get it.
Could I just add, the whole list can be seen as economic development, it all adds to economic development, but there are certain ones of these that are services that essentially the city is outsourcing.
Right.
The city, like the Sister City program, that if there was not a nonprofit that helped raise money for it, the city would have to otherwise do that completely themselves. Same thing with the protocol office. Same thing with supporting entrepreneurs through Tampa Wave. So these are services that the city is outsourcing.
Councilmember Hurtak.
And again, I'm gonna go back to the concept of endowments. And we don't talk.
Yeah, we're in discussion.
We don't talk enough about the fact that some of these organizations, especially economic development, need to be able to create endowments so they can move forward without city help. And there are, again, quite a few of these that we need to help with that if they need help. But at some point, those who are financially able to assist themselves allow us to be able to help more organizations in different areas. And I don't disagree. I think we need to support economic development, but we also need to encourage the folks who do economic development to look for sources that they can keep forever. And for me, that's working on endowments. And if folks, endowments are basically just being able to collect enough money so that you can pay for things from the return. And some folks can do that. The little mom and pop that are getting $5,000 can't do that, but people that have helped create millions and millions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars, should be able to create an endowment.
All right, we have a motion and a second.
Say the motion again, please.
So the motion was Councilmember Clendenin.
Yes, the motion was to ask the administration to go through this list.
Right.
The motion was to ask the administration to go through the list and pull out the organizations that are more economic development oriented to create a subset list so that we can treat these as. No, we didn't. We never voted on. We just had. That's why I turned to him and I said, "Did we vote on this?" I thought we did too, but then we didn't. I guess.
I got caught in discussion. Motion and a second. The second is Councilman Vieira. All in favor?
That's why I stepped out. I didn't listen to the conversation, so I'm not going to step on and vote because I didn't listen to it.
It was just as simple as it really wasn't much of a discussion. Just asking the administration to go through this list and take out the organizations that are more economic development and creating two, because they're not really social action and arts funding. Divide the list amongst two different types of organizations.
No problem.
Yeah.
Thank you for that request.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Yeah. And Chair.
Yes. And I'm gonna. This is the updated list with the correct 124 number.
So as a clarifying question.
Wait, Councilmember Henderson had her hand up first.
Yeah, and also for me, in terms of the recommended budget for the fiscal year 25, I don't want to throw any particular organization, under the bus because this has already been established and presented to us. But I think that we should cap social action funding at $100,000. It's not necessary if we're going to move in a direction of, especially these organizations that are over that. There are 5 organizations that receive over $150,000, and they are the repeaters. They've been on here for a very long time. So I think that we should cap it, not this year, but this is the last year where we will give, funding at these levels, and where we have a plan in place where it can be a range of those under $25,000 and then the range of $25,000 to $100,000. Because for 3 of them, public access television and then the cable consortium, so public access gets 208, the cable consortium get 200, and then the film and digital commission, get 100. And so it's like, they're in the you know, that's not a business that necessarily is impactful to us, and I don't know if it's necessary for us, for them to be at such high funding levels, because it stands out, especially when you look at, we give Feeding Tampa Bay $200,000, and we know the great impact that they have. It's just that I don't know if their impact is worthy of being up there at that same level as Feeding Tampa Bay. So I would, if I can get some support on a motion where we cap it at $800,000, I don't want to cut anyone's funding for FY25, but this is the last year where we go over $100,000, and that way that everyone on this list is notified that the highest the city will go is $100,000 in social action funds.
Hold on a second, Mr. Shelby.
Mr. Chairman, members of council, Martin
That
Shelby.
was a motion.
Yeah, but he's been asking me to.
Oh, I'm sorry, did you want, if it's a motion, I can discuss this after, see if there's a second
Is
before.
there a
we vote.
second for discussion?
Is there a second to the motion?
No, may I?
Go ahead. Is there a
I'll-
second? I need
Yeah,
a-
I'll second.
Okay.
I probably won't vote for it, but I'll second to discuss it. That's fine.
All right. Any
And if I,
discussion
then
on
if I
this?
can,
Wait, yes,
before you
Mr.
do that,
Shelby.
Mr. Chairman, again, Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney, I was not aware that not every council member, or at least I know the clerk nor I had a copy of this list that has been referenced to. And again, my job as City Council Attorney is to make sure the process is transparent and fair. And I'd ask that the CTTV put on the screen, I see it there, the list that's being referred to. And you could see it was discussed earlier, it was placed on the Elmo earlier, but I just want to state for the record that that is being provided to me, ensure that every council member has that list, and for the purposes of moving forward, the administration knows what list you're referring to, and this list is now going to be placed into the record.
Thank you so much, sir. Councilmember Hurtak.
Thank you. I can't support it for this very reason. Right now, the state cut every single penny of arts funding. The county won't do social action funding at all. Or if they do, it's on a much more limited level. Right now, we are it. And so I'd be more receptive to that maybe in a couple of years. But right now, with the government, with the state government and the county government, I feel like a lot of these places don't have anywhere else to go. So I'm hesitant to support that going forward for the next calendar, or for the next fiscal year.
We have a motion from Councilmember
Well, all
Henderson.
of these have been, but they've been on here for a very long time. I mean, that is, we have to decide on some level of a cap, or we're showing favoritism to certain organizations.
Moran?
But I just.
Sorry.
And I don't disagree with you, which is why I want to work on a method to get organizations to move off the grants, but that can take a couple of years. So in moving them off, I would absolutely support, once we have a process in place to help them find better grants, to be a pass-through, to help them find other ways to get the funding, I absolutely support that going forward. I think we need to give it a couple of years, though, because right now we don't even have the whole system of applying.
Okay, well, maybe someone should amend the motion that we have a workshop so that we can publicly decide on some parameters.
It is your motion, so I'd be happy
Okay,
to, I'd be
amend
happy to
that
support
to
that.
a workshop, okay.
So
that-
you're taking
I
back.
will withdraw that. How do you do it? Come on.
Withdraw your motion.
Okay, I withdraw it.
The motion has been withdrawn. And the seconder, you're good? All right.
And
Is
then
to come-
go ahead.
Go ahead.
No.
It's to establish a workshop where we can determine the parameters moving forward,
Second.
for fiscal year 25, beyond fiscal year 25.
Miranda.
Okay, and that workshop do we have room in, not September, but the one after that?
It's basically January. is what we're
January.
looking at.
Which is fine.
January's fine. That'll give us enough time to think about it. As of January.
January 30th
Yes.
is your next workshop.
Okay.
We have a couple of things, but yeah, we should,
It'll work.
yeah.
All right.
Okay. There
We
you
have
go.
a
Are you clear on the
motion.
motion, Madam Clerk?
Thank you,
We have a
Sue.
motion and a second. Now we're gonna go to discussion on this motion. Councilmember Miranda, Clendenin, and Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm one about more performance and money. If you're giving out money, you're getting poor performance, you got a problem. But if you're putting out money, getting a better performance, then it's a plus for the taxpayers. So I like to, at the end of the day, when we have that workshop, have some direction, some performance. Like I said earlier, if you're gonna have one for 25, they all gotta supply that information, what they do on a however we're gonna work it. 6 months, a year, or half a year, and check out whatever they're doing and how well they're doing for the money they're getting. That's all. It's a business on their side and on the taxpayer side. That's it. Thank you very much.
Clendenin Carlson.
I'll support this, bringing it to a workshop, but I just want to, because we can't talk about it between now and then, just remember that not every organization is the same, and why I asked for that list to be divided. Some, there is a return on the investment, so it's, so there are some things that probably in perpetuity, it's beneficial of the city to fund because they're providing a service for us. And that it's not just charity, we're actually getting something for the money. So
we are getting a return on investment for every single thing. When we feed those children with our money from community stepping stones, we are absolutely getting a return on investment.
I stand corrected in my choice of words. There's economic returns on some things, and then there are just, as I've said 4 or 5 times in my conversation, about just society and about being a just city of the type of things that we provide. So yes, we do. But I think we have to look at that, is that if the city is spending X number of dollars, but we're getting X number of dollars back or a service for that, and that's why I asked it for it to be divided out of this fund and separately. Thank you.
Councilmember Carlson.
Yeah, I think we should have a workshop on this, that the administration would be involved in, and that they would present what their criteria is, and we would be able to work collaboratively with them and hear from the community. It partly clarifying, but also a point. When I was talking about separating economic development from the rest of them, my intention, I don't know what the intention was of your motion, but my intention was that these pure economic development services, these are services that are outsourced from economic development. My intention was that they would then transfer to be services underneath the economic development budget and under the economic development folks. Just like the EDC, we outsource business recruitment to the EDC, and we pay $550,000 a year. But if we had a list that said EDC, Tampa Wave, Sister City Program, Protocol, whatever else, these are the services, then the economic development director can review them, measure them, and work the outsource with their staff to manage it, which is separate from these other services. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't disagree with what you just said. I think we're close. We're very close on the same mindset, but not symbiotically close. Close.
We're gonna have a good workshop in January. I'm gonna reserve my words for January. We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Oh, yes, go ahead, sir. Councilman Viera.
No worries. So I wanted to add to, and I can answer questions about these veterans helping veterans. I'm sure a lot of y'all have seen their work amazing. A lot of the people who do this are with the Veterans Treatment Court. They're led by Mike Odell, who many of y'all know, who's those folks do amazing work. And then Merciful Project, we had talked about them last year, $7,500. I just wanted us to fulfill that. So I wanted to make a motion for the CFO's office to return to Tampa City Council at the next meeting when they can do it. I don't know what date it would be, with a financial resolution making the changes listed under Social Arts and Action Fund to include these 2 proposed changes. And sir, I don't know when it would be good for you guys.
There's 6 changes.
Yeah, do all of them.
Can you do all of them?
Sure, I'm sorry.
Ministries, Friends of the Riverwalk.
This one?
Okay, yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Thank you.
Absolutely, yeah.
Tampa Bay Black Heritage Festival, there's quite a few.
My
So all the ones
pleasure,
that have
yeah.
the number 1, yeah,
What
all
is
the
the motion?
additional funding.
Except all the potential changes.
Okay, yep, so there you, my apologies.
Again.
Yes, sir. So I hereby make a motion, and before I do that, when should we have that returned to us, sir?
We can have it to you at the first meeting in October.
Okay, yes, sir. So we'll gladly do that. So I make a motion for the CFO's office to return to Tampa City Council on October 3rd, regular session with a financial resolution making the changes listed under the Social Arts and Action Fund to include the proposed changes. And those are the ones that have potential change. And I want to make sure I read these for the motion, if I may. That includes Cornerstone Ministries, Friends of the Riverwalk, Merciful Project, Tampa Bay Black Heritage Festival, Veterans Helping Veterans, and I believe that's it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's it. Thank you.
And I'm sorry, if I can clarify, that will come from the unallocated funding line item at the very bottom?
Yes.
That's
Is
87,500
that council's
total,
intent? Yes.
Yes, sir.
which would leave us with a balance of 124,686 after these.
Yes, sir.
changes.
Can I just ask a question?
Do we have a second? Second from Councilmember Henderson. Yes, sir.
Chief of Staff, and you may have said this before, but I'll just ask you again. Can you verify that the administration has reviewed all these and taken them through your process, or will you be able to do it by the time we have this meeting, so that we make sure that they're approved through your normal process that you apply to all the other nonprofits?
So we're talking about the ones that are requesting changes, right, the ones in the motion. If, again, through the current process, if it's below 25, it'll come through the one-page process. If it's more than 25, that will go through the boilerplate legal agreement and the scope of services. So, yes, so in other words, once the budget's approved, that's the plan to execute or implement those requests, and it would go through that full vetting process at that time. Can I share one more thing with council?
Go ahead.
So, and I think this is prime for the workshop discussion. I just want to put the thought bubble out there. When we do some of these I see as special events as opposed to economic development or social action purposes. And if council could consider maybe down the road that there is a number, we could obviously make a recommendation. There's a lot of startup special events, very small runs, and they're very diverse too. But because they have small hard costs, they're getting denied, or they have to come out of pocket before they get started and create some revenue stream and they're self-contained in parks. They're very manageable events, but they come with some hard costs. And if there was, a certain dollar amount that remained for the discretion of staff to apply those to those special events, we would be helping dozens of small special events get off the ground till they could get some revenue. So that's just something to say for the future for the workshop.
Yes, we'll just say, that's a good idea, like leftover funding for people who need us, that fall within, I like it.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Aye. Any opposed?
We didn't vote.
Madam Clerk, did we vote already?
We did not vote.
We just did it, but
Yeah,
we
just
didn't.
now.
We're good. We have voted. All right. I've been awake since 1 a.m. Yes, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Just for our friends, the Riverwalk, a reminder that there was a motion by Councilman Clendenin, my voice, to discuss with administration between first and second reading, so we should potentially have changes there. So I just wanted to highlight that. Thank you.
And what about in regards to, and I met with Tampa Bay Wave, I don't know if other council members have, because they had made it, I know it's 100,000 here.
That's why I say
but
administration.
the conversation isn't over. I see members here, so I just want them to know. All right.
What, they want more money than this?
Everybody wants more money, not me. Okay, that concludes that discussion. Councilmember Clendenin, you have an item?
I do. I'd like to make a motion to reallocate $5 million from Smart City Parking Guidance, item 1052525 from the parking CIP for fiscal year 2025 proposed budget to street resurfacing under the old item number 1002350 to whatever that new number will be in the transportation CIP budget.
We have a motion and a second from Councilman Hurtak. Let me just say that street paving is the biggest complaint that I get. And if we can make any increase on in our budget for that, I understand regarding the Smart City Parking Guidance Program. Mr. Bida, you've been up here, but we did get a second. We did get a second.
Okay, can you address that from a budget standpoint? Where did you want it to come from?
From the parking guidance.
So the discussion, so let's make it the motion. I mean, I get it, and I know what Vic is going to say about this, and it's a worthy project, and I know a lot of cities have done it. I think we've used it. You go to Disney in the garages, you see it. You go to a lot of these places, you see it, and it's unfortunate we are where we are of scrambling for money to do the basic need of repaving in the city of Tampa, but this is the reality we're dealt with. I mean, I think this is a worthy project. I like it. I think it's a nice thing to have, and we should be able to accomplish something like this somewhere down the line, but right now, the needs for paving exceeds the needs for this, and we've just gotta do what we gotta do. We gotta bite the bullet and say, this is more of a need.
Yes.
Can you speak on that, Big
Yeah.
Beatty?
Thank you, Vic Pide, Director Mobility. So I'd just like to highlight that this project, and you said it for all the right reasons, that's why we've proposed this project. It one, gives revenue back to the city, and also addresses some of our challenges. But I want to say our CIP budget for parking has been developed based on working with a consultant that's helping us put a master plan together. The first year, our goal was to address some Chapter 15, which is what parking is under, items that we, from a policy perspective, that we're working on. And we should be bringing that to you within the next 90 days. And then the other was programmatically, what do we need to do as an enterprise? So over 5 years, right now, through FY29, we have $29 million allocated for maintenance, $18 million for technology improvements. The technology improvements may not seem critical relative to other challenges, of course. But I would like to highlight that a lot of these do what otherwise we would have to send roll trucks, which is the most expensive part of our business, to do. And things like enforcement, vehicles parked in bike lanes, or pickup drop-offs for major events, and those kind of things. So that's what some of these technology events spending is programmed for. But council's point is totally taken, given to the biggest complaint that we receive, and that is paving and sidewalks, and it's also directly tied to our safety programs.
Mr. O'Hara, would you like to add to that, or?
Oh, yes, just a clarification, and again, and this is germane to the $1.5 million change earlier too. Again, if I could suggest for everybody's ease, that we bring these changes to you in October again, at the first meeting.
That's fine. Is that good with the motion makers? Because we'd have to officially vote basically on a resolution, is that correct? Or take official action so that money is moved and allocated?
Yes, in October, we'll have to bring you a financial resolution again for you to approve. That meets your end goals for all of these motions.
The motion would still stand.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, sir.
The motion's gonna stand, you're just going to roll it into the product that you're gonna deliver.
You said it better than I did, yes.
Mr. Shelby, is that good with you?
Yes, and I had a conversation with Mr. O'Hara earlier today, the purpose being that, as you know, the way the budget, the charter reads is that this is your opportunity to make the changes, but logistically, it works better for them to be able to do that as a budget amendment. But the commitment is by the administration that this is also what they're bringing to you on October 3rd will be a reflection of actions that you have taken by motion today.
Well said, yes.
Well,
Wait, Councilmember Hartag first.
So-
and then-
I believe that one of the motions we made was to have you basically create, I forget the fancy terminology, but basically a check off, a list of all the changes we want to make.
Yes.
Is that something that you could bring to us by the second reading, by the second budget hearing? Just
Absolutely, yes.
So I think that if we had that, we will have the list, and then we can vote with confidence that everything we have and the changes we've made are there.
Yes, ma'am. We can do that.
Councilmember Clendenin.
Well, because I just to restate my position about requesting the administration go back and scrub the budget and look for more money for paving to be presented at that budget as well, that I'm not leaving it to just this. You know, so I'm asking that so when we see this again, that the administration will have gone through, scrub that budget and come back to try to meet that unmet need that we have for capital expenditures for paving and repaving.
Understood.
Thank you.
All right, so, yes, again?
Yeah, I have a different thing.
Wait,
Or no,
wait,
do we make?
did we vote on that? We have the motion from Councilmember Clendenin, no? With a second from Councilmember Hartag. This is regarding the smart city parking guidance and then for resurfacing. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Councilmember Hartag, you're up.
Thank you. I want to go back to the general fund balance with this ending available unassigned fund balance. Last year, we decided to make that 22%, and it's up to 23%. And that's because they said that they'll have money at the end of the year to fit that 5 million. What we did is we took 5 million out of the budget last year to go toward, I believe it was housing.
Yeah.
Well, we still have that 5 million because we're up to 23%. So I think that we should spend that money. If we want to find paving money, there it is. We aren't scrambling to find money. It's literally our priorities. What are our priorities?
Yep.
And so I have one more motion to make about this. I motion to move $500,000 from the unassigned fund balance for FY24 to art space, which will provide affordable housing in the 40 to 60,000% AMI category in perpetuity. And I want this to come from this, but I just want y'all to know there's $4.5 million more that's sitting in this unassigned fund balance for 2024. And this is the kind of stuff we need to look at. Because we said we took that 5 million and then it magically reappeared.
Well,
which means we have the money.
I was aware the money was there, but that's also why, because I think there's other, and that's why I requested the administration go back and scrub this between now and October, because I think they're also aware that money's there. But there's other, and I think there's other lines of item, and I think they're more equipped because they have the staff, they have the financial staff to be able to go through that and then present it to us of how they're going to come, that unmet need of paving.
To go back to art space, I just want to let you all know that this is a Ybor City property, that this art space is a national company who's done this, and what they're going to do, they're going to use this for the soft costs, and then they're going to fundraise to get the extra 6 million they need.
And it falls just outside the CRA.
It falls right just outside the CRA, but this really would allow them to move forward. It's the least amount that we can spend on affordable housing to make affordable housing happen.
Thank you. There's a motion and a second, and council, wait,
I-
Mr. right here, then Carlson.
Again, I would be remiss if I did not warn council of the risks associated with reducing the fund balance less than 23%. It's a similar warning I gave last year, and council decided to take that action, and I appreciate that. But we have a history, as I've shown you, and the rating agencies pay very, very close attention to that history.
This is only 500,000.
Understood, I get it.
Councilmember Carlson, Councilmember Vieira, Councilmember Miranda, and then.
So I need to talk to Marty, and then also I want to make a point if I can. Marty, I'm a co-founder of the Tampa Arts Alliance. Art Space is a separate nonprofit, but it also is a project of the Tampa Arts Alliance. I personally have contributed money. My company's contributed money. I don't make any money on it. I don't personally gain. I don't have a personal gain or loss except I've contributed money to it. So, do I have a conflict or not?
With this movement of $500,000, will this cause you to have a financial gain or a financial loss? As in, you have financial private gain or private loss, or that of your company or any relative?
No, it only affects the nonprofit, and of course, nonprofits don't have shareholders, so I don't. My company, no.
And you are not.
The only losses we personally, I mean, we've donated to it, but that's.
And you are not
separate.
an officer of this company, of this nonprofit. You're not on the board.
I'm an officer of the Tampa Arts Alliance.
But the Tampa Arts Alliance is just a funding source for this project.
The Tampa Arts Alliance is the local conduit, so that money would flow most likely would flow through the Tampa Arts Alliance. It could go directly to Art Space, but.
So you're acting, so you're on the board of something that would ultimately have to vote for the passage of this city money as a pass-through to that organization?
Yeah, I
just recuse myself.
I think I've explained the nature of the concept.
Councilmember Vieira, Councilmember Miranda.
Thank you very. Oh, go ahead.
You don't have to leave the room, Councilman. We'll just.
No, this is just.
Thank you very much. So with this, I want to specify why I'm voting the way that I am. I have been briefed on this project moderately. I think it's a wonderful thing. This is my big challenge with this is I support affordable and accessible housing for everybody, from artists to welders to carpenters to educators, et cetera. I think that if we're gonna fund something that is specifically for a group, we've talked about people with disabilities, we've talked about seniors, we've talked about veterans. I support that. I don't support city tax dollars that specifically go to a vocation like this. I can't do that from the, I'm fine with taking some money from the general fund for affordable housing, but I want to make sure that it goes to everyone. And I think us funding this is something that I'm not comfortable doing. I told when I spoke to the wonderful people, I mean, some really good people who are pushing for this, that I had hesitancy with that. And I know there was talk on expanding a CRA for this potentially. So again, for me, I know this has to vote to pass. I just wanted to explain my vote. Thank you.
Councilmember Miranda, Councilmember Clinton.
I was just going to say that once you start identifying with a certain sector, is it 5'7", 5'8", 5'9", that you're going to have people for that size only built for something? It becomes a real narrow thing, and I'm not going to support it either.
Councilmember Clinton.
This is an economic catalyst. This is a magnet. One of the items that I've been pushing, so this will be a telltale whether I'm going to be able to accomplish this before I leave council, is I also wanted to do a similar type of project in East Tampa for Black artists and as a catalyst. You know, I think affordable housing, to be able to have a place for Black artists to showcase Black art, to be able to live, work, and display and sell in that area. Again, economic catalyst. I mean, these are things, because you see them around. You've seen them in Asheville. You see that there's places around the country. These things, they work. It's an economic development. It's something that actually is it's good for the community. It's good for, you know, this is just one example because we have somebody that's willing to step forward and do it. But this is one of these. I mean, I've been pushing this from day one. I've had conversations with folks. You know, before Nicole left, they all knew that I was something I was a big advocate for East Tampa. I think that it's not just a myopic look at something. This is something that's really good for the development, the economic development for the city of Tampa.
Councilmember Henderson.
That's really great. You should say just people of color, because there's a lot of artists. And so we want to be inclusive, because that's what our city is. And the west side of town could benefit from that as well.
They could.
We have 20 acres of property over there, the sanitation department, that we need to do something with. And we could build a whole wonderful something, you know, over there. So I'm not opposed to your idea, but I just think that it should be more inclusive, not just Black artists, but Hispanic artists, women. You know, in general, we have some very talented people. And, you know, they were showcased recently at the Arts Museum called Sky Something, just local artists who were able to put their work in, you know, that beautiful space. But we do need to have opportunities like that. And it just needs to be a little bit more inclusive, because that falls in line with who we are as a city.
Well, I think the right project.
Are you talking about his project? Or are
Right
you talking about
project.
this project?
He said Blacks in East Tampa.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So you're talking about that.
Yeah, I'm talking about that one.
Some places historically, you know, so connected, and you know, I'm sorry.
They're turning it on for you now.
Yeah.
So some places so historically connected, and again, we're looking for economic catalysts to be able to support development and you know, retail and
Right, but there's
coffee
20
shops
acres
and,
over in West Tampa that fits that bill.
Yeah, I mean, but I mean, I think
In a Black community.
But also different projects in different places, the right place, right project. I think that, but again, this project stands on its own because it's an economic catalyst. It's not welfare; it's an economic catalyst.
I'm
No problem.
gonna support this motion. We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
What are we voting for?
This is for the $500,000.
500,000 to art space.
Okay.
Seed money, yes, from the unassigned fund balance.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any
I can
opposed?
support that.
Yeah, let's do a roll call vote.
No.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. And I would just caution council that, yes, there's $4.5 million that you had mentioned.
Yeah.
But let's just wait for that CIT renewal vote in November. Just be careful until then.
And I don't disagree, but I just want to let you know,
No,
there's, I mean, if we have the available unassigned fund balance to go into this, then most likely we have more elsewhere.
All right.
Can I say,
Ma'am, ma'am.
I didn't hear her, what she said.
Yes, sir, Councilman Carlson.
Yeah, just a general comment about the general fund balance. I've been pushing for several years to restore it back to where it was in 2010. It was at 150 million in 2010, then it was rated, and we're just now back at 150 million. The problem is that and Mr. O'Hara will say this also, the basic expectation of the rating agencies is that we keep 20%, but we've been consistently up at a higher level, and we did that because we need a rainy day fund. The rainy day fund is 3%, and that's not enough. We can't even survive a month on that probably, and so if we, a lot of people have been predicting a recession for a long time. The economy definitely is slowing down in anticipation of the election. We don't know what's going to happen at the election, but if we hit a down economy, we'll have a situation similar to what we had a few years ago, and we could end up having a shortfall of revenues. Several developers have told me that they're going back and renegotiating with the tax appraiser to try to lower the valuations of their businesses, which will lower our income as well. And that the 20% we absolutely cannot touch because our bond ratings will go down. And so the only thing we have is that 3%. But now there's an expectation because we've stayed up at a higher level than 20%. There's the expectation that we keep consistency there. So I would caution us from dipping into that anymore.
And if I may, Mr. Chair, no, thank you, Councilman Carlson. You're quite right. And if I could just take us back a little bit, Councilman Carlson referenced some of this, as did Councilwoman Hurtak. As we go forward, again, our mantra is always reasonable but conservative, and that's what these projections are. And they were the same last year, and Councilwoman Hurtak is quite right. We had a better year than anticipated, so we had a larger fund balance, and we can accommodate that $5 million. Further to Councilman Carlson's comment, even though our policy is 20%, and it's a very good policy, as he said, we have been so consistently above that policy, there's an expectation on the part of the market and the rating agencies that we maintain the level we have regardless of what our policy is. So if we end a year less than 23%, there's a risk involved in that, and it's my job to tell you about the potential risk. If despite our reasonable but conservative projections, we come in shorter than anticipated, there is likely to be an adverse effect from a credit rating perspective. If we come in greater, as we did this year, and we have in other years, well, that's fantastic. Then, and I believe we're coming back, Councilwoman Hurtak motion, I believe we're coming back in November to talk about fund balance and talk about some of the intricacies and philosophies going forward in appropriating that fund balance. But again, it's my job to let you know there's a risk in significantly reducing the anticipated fund balance below 23%.
Councilman Vieira.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Mr. O'Hara, I have a quick question for you, if I may.
Yes, sir.
Gosh, I should have written down what I was going to say. First, I think I was going to ask about Station 24. What's in the budget? Remind me what's in the budget for that this year. Is it design?
If you would give me just one moment.
There's no money in the budget, this budget.
Yes.
There's money from previous budgets.
Okay.
So we have money from previous budgets. The only money for the
That's
fire
additional.
department this year in capital is $450,000 for the improvement of fire station. I believe it's 9.
Yeah. Okay.
But the money is there. The problem is like the president said, we're not getting it done. We've allocated the money.
And
it's just hasn't been the priority that we want it to be.
And thank you for that, Councilman Hurtak. So my question for you is, sir, we have a presentation or something coming back on the motion we made here at City Council on bonds for Station 24. When is that coming back to us? Is that in November? And if you know, if you don't know, if you got to come back to me later, that's fine.
I do. If I could begin with this, this is from our budget presentation. You see Fire Station 24 and the fiscal year 2025, not quite 1.2 million in the bulk anticipated for 26, 27 of $20 million. This is anticipated to be part of a larger non-ad valorem bond. We anticipate coming to you after the first of the year with that.
Okay, good, because I remember we motioned on that. I wanted to make sure. One thing, I don't know if we can make motions on this. I'll probably do it on Thursday, but is to have some sort of a formal motion. Number one, just reaching out to different community stakeholders on the CIT. And I'll think about how to make that, et cetera. But, I mean, look, we're 2 months away from the election. We're in September, October, and we have the CIT vote. I mean, if we don't pass this, we're all in a lot of trouble. All in a lot of trouble. And on issues that we all deeply care about, from transportation, parks, public safety, et cetera. And I want to make sure it's all hands on deck. I reached out to our wonderful mayor in Temple Terrace, Andy Ross, and I'm reaching out to folks at different governments just to make sure that everybody is engaged on this issue because it's so very important. So I wanted to make sure that that issue was coming back to us for the additional, as you highlighted there, $20 million for Station 24, because we want to make sure to get that done as soon as possible. My hopes for Tampa Fire Rescue by the time we leave here is three things. Number one, that we get done with 24 within the next, I'll ask Chief Tripp, I have asked Chief Tripp about that, and we've talked about a certain time frame, a year and a half, whatever it may be, that we get land for fleet maintenance, that we get that funded, and then we make some real progress on downtown Tampa and a station there, some sort of real progress there. I do have a question, if I may, for Chief Tripp, who has been sitting there so patiently. And thank you, Mr. Reher. I appreciate you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Hi, ma'am.
Good evening, Council.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening. Question for you. We'd heard, I had asked you, and you're going to have to refresh my memory because I don't recall what you said. I know last time I asked you about the CAD system. Correct me if I'm wrong. Did you say that that was going to be accomplished by the end of the year, or was I wrong in that regard?
As far as having it implemented, yes, you were wrong.
Okay,
Now, we actually have a company in negotiation right now, so I'm hoping to start implementation by the end of the year. So that's my hope.
Okay, yes, ma'am. Do you need any additional money for that for this year's budget? I would think.
I think it's already in the budget. I'm
Okay.
thinking it's already been approved
Okay.
for the budget so far.
Yeah. Okay.
That was 24 money.
Okay.
Yes, 24 months.
Okay, just want to make sure. No further. Thank you, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Miranda and Councilmember Hurtak.
I wasn't going to speak on the CIT, but since it was brought up, I'm not one that gives taxpayers money to private enterprise. Never have been and never will be. I also like to see the wording on how it's going to be put on the ballot. I don't know. No one knows. And it better be explained to the taxpayers what they're voting for and where we're spending our money at. I didn't vote it for the first time, and I will doubt if I vote for it the second time. And the reason is very simple. You're talking about what you want and what you want to do, and yet we give it most of it away. And I don't mind saying that directly to anyone. I'm not different than anybody else, but the taxpayers' money belongs to the taxpayers, not to me to give away. When things were done, I would imagine we gave away a good $300 to $400 million, and I'll have that on detail and how I figured it out and how it come up. But we gave all that away. Something that was turned down, I believe one was valued more than $565 million last year, and the total value of that asset is about at least $6 billion. So I'm not here to support anyone that has the capital to support themselves. That's all. Thank you.
Councilmember Hurtak.
Thank you. I wholeheartedly support the CIT because it's going to help build more fire stations, and quite frankly, we need that. But Chief Tripp, I had one more question for you. I know we have, we have an item on this week's agenda for the pumps, the fire trucks that have.
$5 million.
Yes. So that's from FY '24 money, obviously.
Yes.
In FY '25, what do you have planned to purchase?
I believe I put in for, with the CIT money, we was getting 2, and I asked for an additional 3.
Okay, so with that, I believe you're getting 1 ladder truck?
I'm gonna get another ladder truck, a couple more rescue cars, and a couple more engines.
Okay, and you're good with that? That is a good spot for us to be in?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And so I did put it in the plan to kind of like every other year, because I explained, for one, the lead times for getting the vehicles purchased up to 48 months. So we're kind of got it like a rotation, like a replacement schedule going on.
And from my understanding, you have the same amount of, you have the same amount of firefighters for FY '25 that you had for '24. You have the same FTEs.
Yes, I do. I did put in for the SAFER grant for 18 positions.
Okay. But we've been told there's not funding for that if we don't receive the positions, or if we don't receive the grant. How long would the grant last?
It's kind of like prorated, I believe, the first year, and it's go over 3 years.
Okay.
3 years,
Okay.
yeah.
Are we prepared as a city, if we get that grant, to pay for, because if it's like the police grant, it starts with like 75%, not 100%. Are we prepared for that 25% if we win the grant?
Yes, I think we put it, I think the first year we 100%, and then it breaks down from there. How does it? Because I think the first year is like the 100%, then every year for the 3 years, like another 75, 50, and then the city is responsible after the third year.
We have forecasted the anticipated expense. Of course, the only certainty would be the initial year that city council appropriates.
Okay.
So the ensuing increase in costs in the successive years will be something we'll have to talk about when we do the budget process for those particular fiscal years.
Of
Does that
course,
answer your
but
question, ma'am?
we are prepared to fund whatever is necessary in this year if we win those 18.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's all I wanted to know. Okay, thank you very much.
Councilman Clendon.
Don't leave. See, we had to make you sitting there all night worth its while, so while you're up there in captive.
It's okay.
So curious about the CAD system. So I know this is something we've been talking about since I was elected. What was the holdup there? Why is it taking so long? I know you're shaking your head.
Honestly, I wish I knew. It's just a process, you know, it's just been taking a long time. We've had demos last year and just meeting with the different companies. A couple of questions we had between the 4 vendors, we broke it down to 2. And one of the things we didn't want to happen was the same thing that happened with the last CAD that was prior to me getting in this position, that wasn't going to be suitable for Tampa Fire Rescue as well as the City of Tampa. So the company that we have now is a well-known, respectable company, and I think they're going to do good for Tampa. I think we're going to see, once we get this negotiation part going, I think it's going to be smooth sailing from there.
So what do you think, what's the timeline for full implementation so that all the vehicles are equipped and you've got the infrastructure in place?
So, like I said, my plan, hopefully we get it, negotiation should be on you guys' desk before the end of the year, and hopefully we can start implementation at the end of the year.
Is it like a 12-month?
12 months, they say 12 to 18 months.
Okay. And that's going to go a long way, and because we have some concern about response time, and this should be helping response time.
Oh, that's going to help out, because once again, as I've been saying for the last 3 years, is that the technology that we have is outdated.
I saw it, yeah.
Yeah,
exactly.
and we still dealing off of 1970s with some of our response. So once this get implemented, it's going to change how we respond units. That's going to help decrease the usage that we have for our engines as far as responding on calls when they don't need to be there. And basically, we would be using a lot of rescue, so we wouldn't have to utilize an engine and rescue for all the calls. So all of that is going to be adjusted.
Okay. So these additional 18 FTEs that you're talking about, where right now are we running a deficit that we need those 18 people? Like, which stations are we short that you have to add FTEs to?
So as I've been saying about the medical calls, we run, the 90,000, 80,000 medical. So based on that last analysis that we did, and we need more transport units. So we have 5 stations that do not have transport units.
Okay.
And those are somewhere the heat it's at, and the goal is to add those additional 5 transport units.
Okay, so we'll need to be prepared, or the next council will need to be prepared to fund those after that grant starts stepping down.
Yes.
But those 18 are needs, not wants?
Those are needs, yes.
Okay, very good. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. At this time, I'll ask for a motion to close the public comments for the tentative millage rate, budget, and capital improvement budget and program. We have a motion from Councilmember Miranda. We have a second from Councilmember Clendenin. All in favor? Aye.
You got somebody in the back who wants to speak?
No, I'm just going by the script to make sure that we do everything. Public comment, we already had it. I'm just going by the script.
That was long gone.
I just wanted to follow the directions of the script.
You're right.
Okay, anyways, does council need a break or city staff? I'm just going by the script. Thank you very much. No, I don't. Councilmember Miranda, would
Thank
you,
you, Chairman. Chairman,
read the
I make a motion to adopt the 2025 millage rate of 6.2076 and more to tentatively adopt the proposed millage rate of 6.2076 mils, which is 4.00 more than the rollback millage rate of 59619 mils for properties, tax funds, which are used to support the general fund operating budget and the community redevelopment agency funds of the City of Tampa.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I'm sorry, thank you, Dennis Rayo, Chief Financial Officer. Slight correction, the rollback millage rate is 5.9691.
5.9691 I have
Yes,
here.
sir.
Yeah, he's
Thank
reading
you.
exactly what I have.
Got it.
He transposed some numbers the first time.
Oh, okay.
Got it, thank you.
We have a second? Second. Yes?
Mr. Hero, I ask you this question every year, but just for the sake of the public, to explain what this, if you read this the wrong way, somebody could take it the wrong. So what this means is that the 6.2076, that's the same millage rate as last year and the year before and the year before.
Yes, sir.
So we're not changing the millage rate.
You are not.
What this is talking about is if, based on the estimate, the 4% thing is talking about what the estimate of the increase in the value of properties. If your property value went up, you may pay more. Some properties are going to go down.
Yes, sir.
But we're not increasing the tax rate. The only reason it would change is if your property value changed.
Correct.
Correct. Okay.
Yes,
I
sir.
just want to make sure we put that on the record for the public. We're not increasing the tax rate.
You are not.
Let's get a roll call vote on that.
Henderson,
Yes.
Vieira,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Carlson, Hurtat,
Yes.
Clendenin,
Yes.
and Maniscalco.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Finance Chair, Councilman Miranda, would you read the ordinance
Yes, sir.
there? This is for item number 2 on the agenda,
Right.
first reading.
This is the item number 13. Reading the ordinance for
So we're clear, on the agenda, this would be, for the purposes of the public, this would be item number 2 on the agenda, the ordinance being presented for first reading consideration.
It's 13 on the chart, but it's number 2 on the agenda.
All right, but I'm reading the right one.
Yeah, you're reading
Yeah, they're
the
both
right
the
I want to
same.
make sure.
Yes, thank
All right,
you.
this is, Chairman, ordinance adopting the budget of the City of Tampa for the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2024 and ending September 30th, 2025, providing for the levy as provided for law of a tax on all taxable property in the City of Tampa and fixing the millage rate within the city, making appropriations in accordance with the provisions of said budget, authorizing and directing the mayor and city clerk as the proper authorities of the City of Tampa to certify the property appraiser of Hillsborough County, Florida, the millage has to be levied for all purposes of the fiscal year 2025 in the City of Tampa, providing an effective date.
We have a motion from Councilmember Miranda, second from Councilmember Clendenin. Roll call.
Clendenin,
Yes.
Henderson,
Yes.
Vieira,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Hurtat,
Yes.
Maniscalco.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously. The adoption of the fiscal year 2025 millage rate resolution, second reading of the ordinance and adoption of the budget ordinance, and the adoption of the capital improvement budget and program resolution for fiscal year 2025 through fiscal year 2029 will be held on September 17th, 2024 at 5:01 p.m. in City Council Chambers, 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, 3rd floor, Tampa, Florida, 33602.
Motion to close the public hearing.
We have a motion to close the public hearing from Councilmember Clendenin, second from Councilman Vieira. All in favor? Aye. We we have here on the agenda, Mr. Shelby, information reports and new business. Is it appropriate or is that an error?
That's an error.
That's an error, so we'll wait till Thursday for information report, new business.
Yeah, that works for us.
Okay. Can I get a motion? Motion to receive and file from Councilmember Miranda. We have a second from Councilmember Clendenin. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? We are adjourned.
I didn't catch that.
Hello. This is another part in a series of programs produced by this, your City of Tampa television